Queen Victoria, she has worn the crown for the last 2 years here in Columbus. Will her reign continue? Titans of strength collide on the biggest stage in the sport. The Rogue Iron Game starts now. A new record and an event win for Tia Toomey. Has done it. He is your Rogue Invitational Champion. The eyes of the fitness world are all focused on Columbus, Ohio. The Arnold Sports Festival is an event unlike any other, and the main attractions are about to kick off. The Arnold Strongman and Strongwoman Classics. Welcome inside the Columbus Convention Center, everybody. For the Rogue Iron Game, I'm Sean Woodland with Dr. Bill Crawford, Kristen Rhodes, and Jerry Pritchett. And Dr. Bill, I'm going to steal the phrase that you have coined. I love it. It perfectly sums up this event and this environment. We are at the high altar of strength. No place I would rather be than right here getting ready for this event.
Absolutely. This is red meat for strongman fans. We've got the best athletes in the world. We've got the iconic implements, deadlifts, stones, carrying. It's all here. I'm excited.
Yeah, this is just an incredible event, and to have 12 literally of the best women in the world competing this weekend, this huge crowd behind us, it's going to be amazing to watch.
Yeah, we're at the pinnacle of strength, fitness, muscle. I was already excited this morning. Now hearing the weights clanging back there in warm-up, seeing Victoria warm up, it's just amped it even more. Like, let's get this thing kicked off.
This is going to be a lot of fun. We have a lot of big stories for both the men and the women. We'll get to those in just a second. But first, let's talk about the Arnold Sports Festival, because if you have never been here, you've got to make the trip. It's an absolute spectacle from beginning to end. More than 250,000 spectators are expected to walk through the doors here. 20,000 athletes. It's a truly international event, and things going on all over the place. I mean, you cannot walk 2 feet without seeing something that you want to stop and watch. It is a great time. And Jerry, you've had an opportunity to compete on this stage. What's it like to be here at the pinnacle of the sport?
It's huge. It's an honor and a privilege to be here. I was lucky enough to come here 8 times and compete. Before it was only 10 of us. Now there's 11, 12 women. There's still a very small percentage of the strength athletes in the world that get to come on this stage and show their skills. And then, you're doing it in front of that crowd. As you're pulling that deadlift, you're heading up that ramp, you can hear the dial on that crowd just go up and up and up as those lifts go up. So it's no better than that.
What has being on the main stage here at the Arnold Sports Festival, Dr. Bill, done for the sport of strongman?
Well, I mean, it's the largest sports festival each year in the world. And so basically what you're given is an opportunity to have strongman be featured in this wider group of sports. So it's put us in mainstream sports. It's also helped to develop the iconic implements.
Yeah.
This really sets the pace for all the implements that you've seen for the last 20 years. All of a sudden, Apollon's axle's coming on, and then the dumbbells, and then the ramps, and all these different implements that are used now in strongman in general. So it's given such a platform that it's not only raised strongman in strongman, it's raised strongman inside of the sports world.
And Kristen, you've seen firsthand what being here has done for the women's side of the sport.
Yeah, it was 10 years ago this weekend, actually, that they brought the women on the stage, the main stage, for the first time. And to be here, and it's magical. I cannot explain being on the stage, pulling. I was the first 600-pound deadlift on the Elephant Bar ever, and just the experience, the camaraderie, all the hours of training and hard work, and to get here and just to showcase it, have the crowd go crazy, there's really nothing like it. This is the best place to do it.
It's going to be a lot of fun over these next 2 days. Let's take a look at what is on tap for the strong women and the strong men. Here are the events that will play out Friday and Saturday. We have 2 today. We're going to have 3 tomorrow. And Jerry, I look at Friday, I'm like, this is your dream day 1 here.
I would have killed for this day a few years ago. Yeah, deadlift and frame, 2 of my best events of all these. Yeah, I would have loved this. So the guys, your deadlifters and the frame carry, Hafthor's got to be loving day one here.
Kristen, what stands out to you when you look at the slate of what awaits these athletes?
Oh, I think today, coming out with that true test of strength today, the Elephant Bar Deadlift, we've got 7 women pulling over 600 pounds in training, and we've got world record holder Lucy coming in. It's just going to be an absolutely incredible moment today to witness what happens.
Well, let's start with the men's field, and Mitch Hooper comes in as the defending champion, but he is going to have his work cut out for him if he wants to defend that title. We have former champions, former world's strongest men here. It is going to be a lot of fun to watch play out as the Moose looks to hang on to the title.
It has to be the deepest field of all time. I think one of the strongest lineups in history, where we have 5 world's strongest men winners.
It's ruthless.
Any single one of us can win.
I think 7 strongmen can be in top 3.
Having the Martins back, you know, the Hafthors, me, Mitchell, Novikov, all these top guys here to fight it out is going to be special.
I only try to compare myself in ability with the absolute best. Mitch Hooper, Thor Björnsson, Martins Licis, guys that have won it already.
Competing against Hafthor is really special to me. Getting the opportunity to share the stage with him and compete with him is an incredible honor.
With these specific events, I truly believe that Mitchell Hooper and Martins Licis are going to be my biggest rivals.
And then we can't mention him without talking about Mateusz Kieliszkowski. Hungry and angry.
I know I will lose a lot of points in deadlift because this is my weakness, but we have still 4 good events for me.
I would compare myself to Kieliszkowski. We both are really explosive athletes.
Consistency is really important, especially when it's a field as deep as this. If you can just have a good result in every event, you'll probably win.
Mitchell won this competition last year. You have to beat the best guy, and every single person would be lying if they said they don't want to beat him.
I'm going to go into this show to do my absolute best in every single event. And if that's enough to win, I'll walk away happy.
This is a list full of boys that are too stupid to quit and just strong enough to get the job done.
They're all very strong, but I'm going to beat them.
I don't want to be top 10. I want to be the best.
Here are the men who will be vying for the title of Arnold Strongman Classic champion. You have 3 men who have won the last 5 championships, and Mitchell Hooper, Martins Licis, and Thor Björnsson. And then you have 6 world's strongest men titles in the field. And Dr. Bill, we say this every year we hear, how loaded the men's field is, how loaded the men's field is. I mean, we really mean it this year. This field is absolutely stacked.
Absolutely. We talked about, years ago we talked about the time of the giants, and now we have the time of the champions. But these guys are still really big. We're moving into a different phase. Everyone wants to talk about, 5-time world's strongest men winners here. You know what? We also have 3 returning champions. Hafthor left as a champion. Martins left as a champion. Mitchell's coming back as a champion. So we've got guys who have never, they don't know what it's like to leave here and losing. So we've got to see how that works also. We have, returning with a lot of other athletes. Something we haven't talked about is like the depth of the field. That's going to put points in between the other athletes. And what does that do to the end of the day?
Well, Mitch Hooper has been so consistent and so dominant here recently. But Jerry, he's never faced Hafthor and Martins at the same time. What does he need to do to keep himself on top of the podium?
Well, this will definitely be his big challenge as of yet. But Mitch has to just stay with his strength, and his strength is being consistent. He doesn't win many events, or last year none at all, but he was consistent enough for the overall, and that's strongman. That is the key.
Mateusz Kieliszkowski is a guy who we know can be a threat here. I don't think it would be fair to call him a dark horse, but I don't know if he's a favorite, but he could certainly make some noise here.
Well, he's never been the champion here. He's always, he's right there. In 2020, he won 4 out of 5 events and still didn't pull it out. But these events really line up very well for him. He holds the record in the frame carry. He's a prodigious presser. He also holds the record for the number of shoulders at the tombstone. And anyone who saw the first year that he did 4 reps and the next year 5 reps were just absolutely astonished by his strength with that event. So these events line up really well for him. If he can hang on to some points in the deadlift and comes on really strong in all the other 4 events, this could be his weekend.
I'd love to get both of your thoughts on this too. What does it mean to have both Martins and Hafthor back in the field here?
It's great. I mean, there's been a lot of buzz. This is not lost on this crowd. We've had so many people come up to us and say, We're here because Hafthor's back, Martins is back. We've got all these other great champions that are coming in, that, to face them as well. So this is not lost on this crowd. This huge crowd, there's a lot of anticipation. A lot of people are here just with that understanding. They're here for that.
Yeah, it's definitely amplified the excitement coming in here, having both of them back, and healthy and hungry to still show their dominance, And you look at Hafthor is still only like 34 years old. He's not that old. Even though he's been out of sport for years, he's still going to come into his best years of strength. And he's arguably, one of the guys that came out of the heaviest era of the Arnold when everything was insanely heavy. So everybody's excited to see how he does against kind of this newer group. And he's confident that he's going to do the same as he is, pick up where he left off.
Yeah, it's exactly what I was going to say. He is the 3-time Arnold Strongman Classic champion, did that between 2018 and 2020. He's won 12 of the 45 events in which he has competed. Now, he left at the top of his game, and as Jerry said, he's looking to pick up right where he left off.
Back, keep bringing it back.
I'm gonna come in with noise. I have nothing left to prove other than just doing for myself. I retired in 2020, being the best at my sport. It's hard to let go of that feeling of being the best. There's no better feeling, and that's why I'm back. I'm in the gym lifting heavy weights 4 times a week. When I boxed, I was at my lightest 144 kilograms. I'm back now 191 kilograms roughly, so a big change. I know I'm strong when my body is tight and tired. Like I'm growing. I can feel the strength just going inside my body. Early on in my career, people would say, Hafthor will never win the Arnold Strongman Classic. That show is too heavy. It's too much just pure strength. Tell me I can't do something and I'll prove you I can. The muscle memory is kicking in fast, and I feel a huge dramatic change week by week. Muscle memory is a real thing. I have shocked myself many times in this preparation by the fact how fast I'm gaining strength. I do cold and hot plunges every single day. I feel recovered, I feel better, I have less inflammation, I can train harder. I feel like with every year that passes, I'm always getting better. And that's with everything, the sleep, the nutrition, the recovery, and that's what you want. You want to have a good routine to become the best. I feel like I have all the tricks in the books. I even hired my dad to make my meals, to know that I have my meals ready every single day. I like to time myself. I might go a bit sooner if I feel good, so I won't over-rest or under-rest. So I'll know roughly, where I'm at. I feel good now, so let's fucking go. The closer I get, the more confident I get. The field of athletes this year is obviously packed. Strong field, strong guys. I truly believe going into this year's Arnold Strongman Classic, having the deadlift first, I'm going to push those guys where they have never been pushed before. If I were them, I'd be scared. I'm excited for the future because I think we haven't seen full Thor yet.
It is absolutely frightening to think that possibly Hafthor's best days are still ahead of him when you look at everything that he has already accomplished. I mean, 30 international competition wins, world's strongest man. He's won here 3 times, but in order to get back on top of the podium, he's going to have to find a way to knock off Mitch Hooper. Dr. Bill, we'll start with you. What does he have to do that?
Well, for starters, I talked to Hafthor last night, and he's really relaxed. You know, his training's gone really, really well, and that should worry everybody because if you got a relaxed athlete with his accomplishments, what he needs to do is he needs to start off with the deadlift, get an event win under his belt, and keep the pace. I mean, it's all down to eliminating mistakes as much as possible because he stays in the top 3 in each of the events. He could do that.
Yeah, Hafthor's got to be Hafthor, right? He has experience on his side. He's got his training, his diet, recovery, everything dialed in. You know, he knows what works and what doesn't, you know, after this many years. And the biggest thing, you know, he knows what he's capable of. He knows what these guys have done in the past, and he still believes he's the best. So you have feel good and that confidence on your side. That's a hard package to beat.
That was a dangerous combination. We'll talk more about the men here in a little bit, but let's turn our attention now to the women. And it is the same story with them, an absolutely loaded field. You have 5 former champions of this event who will be competing, and you have 7 world's strongest women titles in the field as well. And they're going to kick things off with that elephant bar deadlift.
It's going to be tough. This year is the toughest lineup I think that I'm going to be facing.
The field is like totally stacked.
2 of the athletes that I really need to look out for are Victoria Long. She is extremely phenomenal at everything, and Rebecca Roberts.
We've got a few new faces coming in.
If you would have told me I was doing this 2 years ago, I wouldn't even have fathomed it.
I think that we have a really wide range of abilities. We have some really statically strong women. We have some more athletic, some that are more technical.
They are more well-rounded, and when you're a well-rounded athlete, you're more of a threat.
The only thing I can do better at the moment is be more mentally prepared and more focused than them, and just being like, you know, zoned in on what's at hand and being strategy.
There's definitely strategy. You know, it's watching what other competitors are doing, taking risks.
You've got to know when to push and when to not.
When it comes to loading events, it's like another animal that comes outside of me where it's in the moment. And like I do things that I can't even explain.
The Jack Stones, that's going to be a new thing. No one's got their hands on them, so it's going to be a wild card for all of us.
I am most looking forward to the Jack Stone walk, partly because grip is my jam.
Deadlift, it will be cool.
My deadlift is always, again, one of my best, but we've also got massive deadlifters this year.
You know, people have waited for Lucy and I to deadlift against each other for a while now.
I would love to hit 700 pounds on that stage with that bar, but if I have to go more, I'll go more.
I think we're going to have a nice time with some circus dumbbells.
Probably most excited for the dumbbell event.
Hitting the second to last dumbbell for maybe 2 reps, I'd be really happy with.
The points are going to flip a lot throughout the weekend. It's going to make for a fun show.
It's just going to be about who's going to have 5 great events.
I just got to put it all out there. It's really just leaving no stone unturned. Well, hopefully, I'll be a 3-time Arnold Strongwoman champion. So we're going to shoot for that.
She's already done it twice. Now looking for her 3rd championship here at the Arnold Strongwoman Classic is Queen Victoria. And just look what she's done in her last 6 competitions. She's won 5 of them. The only one she didn't win, she finished in 2nd place. But Kristen, she comes in with a gigantic target on her back. Everyone is gunning for her. How hard is it to be successful in that environment when you know everybody is trying to come after you?
Yes, everybody wants to take down Queen Victoria. She's the one that, she's honestly the most dominant athlete in this field. She's proven it over winning the last 5 of her last 6 events. She doesn't really have any weaknesses. She's really good at everything. She's a great presser, great deadlifter. She's really fast, really strong, really powerful. It's going to be up to her to stay perfect and not make any mistakes. And last year, you know, she made those 2 mistakes and had to crawl back out on day number 2, and she came out victorious. But I think that she stays consistent. I don't see anybody taking her down.
Well, Jerry, who has a chance of maybe taking her down?
I think Rebecca. I mean, Rebecca came very close last year, coming here as a reserve on short notice. This year, coming here, being able to prepare properly for this show, I think she could be really dangerous for her.
Dr. Bill, who do you think might have a chance to knock her off?
Well, I have to agree. I think it's Rebecca, but you really can't forget Andrea. Andrea is also great in all the events. She's had great preparation, and you've got to put her right in the mix there. So also the deadlift. I mean, I think you've got to really think about the deadlift as well.
Kristen, who do you think has a shot?
I also think you can't count out Olga. Look at last year. She was literally in the running. She was going to win, and she just had that unlucky drop on the frame. She's coming raring back this year, ready to take that title she was so close to last year. So I would definitely keep an eye on her today. I've seen the fire in her eyes in the back, and she's ready to roll.
And Andrea Thompson is another woman who has a chance here. She's making her 5th appearance at the Arnold. She's a 3-time podium finisher. This year, she's hoping for her first appearance on top of the podium.
Oh, hey. Yeah, that's me. I'm Andrea Thompson, 41, from Ipswich in Suffolk, and I'm also a professional strongman. Let's go. I have 2 children. I work as a progress coach in a college. You know, our definition of a strong woman is more like a mum who's looking after a household. To now see women in strength is such motivation. I never really thought about why I do the sport, but I think now, having these teenage girls, I do it to help the future of the women just to be strong-minded as well as physically strong. They can be strong women and have muscle and be proud of themselves.
Y'all ain't seen nothing yet. Get ready, we're ballin'. You go right, I go left. Put in work, trip and sweat, ain't even halftime yet.
My mum, I remember taking place in a strongman competition in a local pub. We used to train with a lot of military men. They stopped training with me because I was outlifting them. Strongman is not just about being statically strong, you do have to be able to move and run around with equipment now. So I have focused a lot on getting fit as well as strong. I am a mixed bag of emotions. I can be really happy messing around. One minute I can be moody, stompy. You know, I can be empathetic when the time is right. When I'm actually getting ready to lift, I do zone out completely. I do get very focused. The Arnold Classic in Columbus is actually one of my favourite events of the whole year. I really want to get my deadlift up. I want to get 300 kilos at the Arnold, 90 to 95 kilos for the dumbbell. A lot of people think that it's about beating everybody else, which it is. Everyone wants to be the winner. I'm now at the stage where I just want to beat my own personal goals and just to smash the lifts that I'm good at.
Now don't let me get my zone.
I am ready.
And we are definitely ready. Before we get to action, before we close this thing out really fast, we'll go down the line here. Number one thing the athletes have to keep in mind as they kick off this competition.
You want to have the leaders in touch. You want to keep the leader right next to you. Also, you need to just keep the pace. Stay up with them, and you can be in striking distance and stay in there for the win.
And I'll agree. You need to stay, within those top few. If you're going to be consistent, you're going to win. And just for the ladies, remember, this is where the magic happens. This is where it happens, and do your thing. So.
Yep, they got to attack every event like it's their last, and then once it's over, put it past them and move on. Because you can't have a bad event and still want to have a chance at that podium to be in striking distance come late tomorrow.
Yep.
And this crowd behind us is going to elevate everybody's performance today. So it's going to be exciting to see.
Yeah, you cannot win it today, but you certainly can lose it. Let's take a look one more time at the schedule for today. We have 2 events. We're going to kick it off here in just a few minutes with the Women's Elephant Bar Deadlift, and then we will conclude the day of competition at 4:15 when we move over to the timber carry. That's going to do it for us here on the Rogue Iron Game. Go get your favorite snack, settle in. We got a lot of action coming up as the 2024 Arnold Strongwoman Classic kicks off with the Elephant Bar Deadlift. Stay with us, everybody, as our coverage continues here from Columbus. The wait is over. It is officially go time here in Columbus, Ohio, as we kick off the 2024 Arnold Strongwoman Classic. Thank you so much for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Dr. Bill Crawford, Kristen Rhodes, and Jerry Pritchett. Event number 1, the Elephant Bar Deadlift. I'm going to steal another phrase from you, a primal test of strength here, Dr. Bill. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch. We'll get into the details here in just a second, but we're diving right into it right off the bat here.
Wow, I mean, you're going to sort it out really quickly. Who's going to step up on the deadlift? Everybody looks at the leaders. We're going to set some records possibly today, but always savor those competitions inside the competition. Who's going to be third and fourth, and maybe try to edge up to a second place, because those are points in the overall. Because we're not here just to crown a deadlift champion. We're here to crown a champion overall for the weekend.
And that.
I think we're ready to start right now. So I think we got the athletes walking out. But let's take a look at the event description. It is the Elephant Bar Deadlift. You're going to have 30 seconds to make your lift. You'll have 3 attempts to establish a max weight. And the weight on the bar can only go up. So, Kristen, what are the keys here in event number 1?
I mean, really you have to go in there and you have to not rip that bar off the ground. That bar needs to come up. It's really long, it's flexy, it's got a bunch of movement, and if you're going to go in there and jerk it off the ground, you're going to struggle. And like Jerry said before, you lean over and that bar pulls you forward. They just really have to sit back, stay tight, pull, and see what happens.
Yeah, this is not a bar you can go up there and try to yank on like a regular deadlift bar. It will just yank you over. You have to kind of push this bar off the ground. And this is, one, you got to be really smart on your warm-ups, how you felt, on the number you call for your opener. You do not want to miss your opener and lose that attempt. So this you got to be really smart on your body, listening, how am I feeling this morning, So.
And I think you go in, too, with a thought of what you want to do. And like you said, with warm-ups,
depending
on how it's feeling, then you make that decision from there.
Yeah.
I guess also you want to, be able to, you take your first attempt and you're like, wow, I'm feeling it. I've got it. Or something maybe didn't kind of, feel like it's something I want to go up as fast as I thought I wanted to.
Exactly.
Or you want to take that bigger jump because you feel good.
Yep.
Yeah. All right, we have Sam.
There we go.
Melissa Peacock is going to be first.
That's Sam.
Sam.
I'm sorry, Sam Belliveau is going to be first. My fault.
There you go.
That's a good lift for Sam.
Nice
waiting
pull.
on the weight on the bar there. So that was a 486-pound lift for Sam Belliveau.
Starting off with almost 500-pound opener.
For an opener.
For the first one.
Yeah.
For the
and
first woman out.
Easy.
Yeah, she's worked really hard on her deadlift this past year, she told me. It's just such a staple event. You won't go wrong developing a great deadlift as a strongman or strongwoman, because 1, it's an event, 2, it helps your overall strength.
And it's the true test of overall strength. How much weight can I pull off the ground?
Nice and smooth to the knees, and she just locks it out. So kind of almost 2 lifts, Kristen, where you get the flex out of the bar, get to the knees, and then
shoot those hips through.
Finish the hips through.
Erin Murray is going to be up next. She's going to have 511 pounds on that barbell. Again, the weight will only go up here. What are you looking for a first lift here as far as a number?
Your last warm-up. That's what you're looking for. It depends on what you have. If you know like you want to hit 650, like this lift right here, you might open it at 575, close to 600, and take your jumps. It just kind of depends on really where you want to end up, and just how you're feeling in the back. So you can't really put like a number on it. Percentage, yeah.
Yeah, just for those watching the deadlift, savoring the deadlift, I always think about the back to front movement of the hips. In other words, driving that hip through as opposed to trying to stand up. I think that's something that the really good deadlifters focus on, that back to front hip drive.
Yeah, I've always broke the deadlift down into, instead of a pull, as a push, because you want to push it off the ground. Because a lot of times you think of a pull, you bend over and you yank, and then your hips come up, and you want your hips underneath you. That was a good deadlift.
That was an easy pull for her.
Murray's good at 5'11", making her first appearance here at the Arnold Strongwoman Classic.
We're already over 500 pounds.
I think also too, you know, they know they're going to come here with an elephant bar, so everybody's going out and getting a bar that's a little bit longer, got a little more flex.
Yeah.
You know, just even a regular deadlift bar just won't replicate what this will do.
Let's take another look at Erin Murray's lift at 5'11".
Easy for her.
And it, you know, you watch here as the weights go up here, because where they're at right now, you watch, you're just getting a little bit of crown in that bar. And as we keep going up, you're going to see more and more crown in that bar as we start getting more weight on there.
So crown, you mean the middle, the flex of the bar?
Flex in the bar, yeah.
Here is Angelica Jardine. She's also making her first appearance here at the Arnold Strongwoman Classic. She has 516 pounds for her opening lift.
Current America's Strongest
I
Woman.
was just going to say current America's Strongest Woman, yep.
When I watch this event, I always think about the plates. They kind of break this way and then come up.
And that is no problem.
Easy.
Easy pull.
And I notice a lot of these women have these longer bars, like you say now, to train on and prepare. And, you know, that didn't used to be the case.
No.
You know, we used to have to load weights on the end of the bar trying to imitate that flex because we couldn't just get a bar that was, I don't know how long are those bars?
This was like 9 foot long.
9 foot long.
Totally,
You can't just find one of those.
Regular 7, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I ended up, because I had made a Hummer tire bar when we were doing the Hummer tire, so I used it, and it simulated it pretty well. But yeah, not everyone had that back then. But now, you know, with the Mammoth bar and some of the other bars that are on the market, there's more ability to train something similar to this.
Yeah, which can be a huge benefit.
Yeah.
Well, Sam Belliveau is going to come back out. This is now her second of 3 attempts, 516 pounds. Still on the barbell.
This will be a great deadlift for Sam.
This will be a PR for her. Her biggest pull-up to this point is 507, so she's going for a PR right now.
Come on, Sam.
She attacks this, she'll get it.
Yeah.
That last one looked really good.
234 kilos on the bar for Belliveau.
She's got to get a real good drive off the floor. Once she's above your knees, she'll finish it.
She's ready. Come on.
There you
Come
go.
on, come on.
Go to the knees, go to the knees.
Finish it, finish
Yeah, there
it.
she
Oh,
goes.
yeah.
And Sam will get it.
Nice.
Yeah, that's a huge PR for her. And to do it here,
Yeah.
she's going to be very
Perfect.
happy with that. Yeah, that's amazing.
Joe, you both have talked about the crowd here.
Yeah,
When you start hearing that, what kind of effect does that have
Well,
on
that's what I was
you?
just talking about. You know, this crowd back here is going to raise everyone's level. You know, and you could hear it. As that bar comes off the floor, the volume just does this, goes up, you know, and that just cranks you as an athlete.
It does. You kind of get an extra gear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you'll do things that you weren't doing in the gym and you didn't maybe think you could do.
She did. She really disciplined herself to keep the bar from flexing too much and just pushing her feet down through the floor to get to her knees and then finish it out, locking out.
Well, you can see her driving so hard through that floor right there just to drive that bar up. Yeah, it's amazing.
Then she
That was a
started to
great
feel
lift.
it in the middle. She's like, I got it.
Yeah, she knew once she got to her knees, she was going to finish it.
Yeah, that was a beautiful lift.
Great lift.
Well, Donna Moore is listed to be the next athlete out at 531 pounds.
Man, these are openers.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Times have changed, that's for sure.
How much has
Yeah.
evolved, right?
Yeah, it's evolved a lot. Remember when hitting 500 was the best thing, like it was everyone's goal. And now we're at, Lucy's at 700.
Yes.
It's just amazing how far it's come.
It you know, every time you hit a hallmark, then it just turns into the norm. Like in men, you know, for men's strongman years ago, it was 800 pounds was the big deadlift.
880 was elite.
And then it
was
was
huge.
the 400 kilograms, 880. And then 900. And then it, you know, and then everybody's like, well, let's do 1,000.
Why not?
Why not?
Why not? Why
A
not?
couple more.
Yeah.
Mitchell Hooper had a thing on his Instagram, or, you know, just talking on Instagram, is going like, is 1,000 pounds a big deadlift now? I think it is. It's still special, but it's just the fact that you even ask that question's unbelievable.
Yeah.
But you almost have to have a certain like deadlift to even be competitive nowadays. And for the women, I mean, you gotta almost have to have a minimum of 500 to even to jump in. And for the men, I don't know where you.
Yeah, I mean, really to be competitive, you need to be at least 950.
950.
You know,
Wow.
now it's,
Wow.
it's tapered off a little bit from what it was. So if you got over a 920, you can still be competitive.
Donna Moore, one of the former champions in the field here. She won the Arnold Strongwoman Classic in 2018.
What was the women's record, like say 10 years ago in the deadlift?
Like I said, it was about 500.
500,
485,
yeah.
500, yeah.
Uh-huh. Wow.
Yeah, it's amazing how far it's come. And you've got Donna, 3 times world's strongest woman. You know, she's coming in at a lighter weight, so it's pretty impressive what she's still doing.
She's been in, kind of seen the evolution
raw.
with it.
She's pulling barehanded.
Bare hand. Oh, wow.
Flop grip.
Wow.
There you go. Nice.
Nice.
That is good for Donna Moore, opening up at 531. Wow.
So what would the strategy be with no straps?
You know, if she's wanting us to get into the bar quicker and not take that time while you're kind of bent over, you know, because it does kind of mess with you a little bit.
Breathing and stuff.
Yeah, you're breathing. So, and obviously she has the grip to do it. If you have the grip to do it, I mean, why not instead of taking that time bent over?
You rarely see the mixed grip. Why is that?
It's a better, easier lockout double over. I mean, sure, it's more natural to come through with double over than is that you kind of fight your body with that mixed grip. So that's why if you're going to go straps, you're going to go double over because it's a better lockout.
Yeah. I mean, you're just doing the cross grip just to keep the roll out of the bar. And the problem is then you start getting those imbalances. Maybe your shoulders tilt one way or another way, or you tilt a little bit. So it just makes a more balanced lift.
You got to fight your body, you know, and you potentially you load that bicep when you on your underhand.
Yeah, so the straps just kind of make it a little.
This will be Sam Bellievo's final attempt. She's made 486, 516, and we will keep the weight at 531 for her.
This is tough. She's only had one athlete in between her here. There's a quick turnaround after
But
PR.
she's warm.
She's warm.
She's
ready.
That's good.
Warm.
It's better than having 20 minutes between attempts, right?
Well, this is a pretty quick turnaround.
I think I'd like just a little bit longer than this after PR, but
yeah, that's true.
But she's got that crowd. I mean, you hear that crowd.
Yeah, she's a pro. She got this crowd behind her.
Yep.
Oh, let's see it, Sam.
This would be one really sick lift if she got this. This would be amazing.
And we will see a
she
huge
really fought that
celebration.
one. I'd love it.
Oh,
my goodness.
I love her celebrations.
Oh, yes.
Going
she
for
really fought
another
that second attempt.
PR here is Sam Belliveau. Final attempt, 531.
Let's go. Dig in.
Come on, Sam.
Let's see it. Big drive off the floor.
Come on, Sam.
She still has time.
Yeah, her hips fill up a little bit.
Yeah, when your hips rise up like that, it's hard to get any drive. And you're all in the low back trying to pull it.
Not going to happen for Sam Belliveau, but
wow,
a PR for her at 516.
Yeah, she's going to be very happy with that.
Yeah, that's a great PR.
Good PR, especially do it here.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Yep.
On this stage,
yeah,
that's where you want to do them.
Rebecca Roberts listed to be the next woman out at 536 pounds. This will be her first attempt. See in the lower left-hand part of your screen the stats on the Elephant Bar deadlift implement. If you've never touched this and you've deadlifted before, what's the first thing that you're going to notice when you're trying to pull that off the ground?
I mean, it's going to have a little more flex than a normal deadlift bar. Like I said, at these weights are right now, you're not going to see it as much. Like I said, the more weight we get, the more alive that bar is going to come. You know, so here it's probably really more similar to a regular deadlift bar.
What do you like about it?
I always took to it really well. I know some hated it, but I always had the approach on deadlift of trying to push it off the ground and not do that yank.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if that's where the athlete gets a lot of their power, is kind of trying to yank it off the ground, it doesn't work on this bar because it will just pull your hips forward.
Yep.
I personally just think the bar is beautiful. Look at those plates.
It's so pretty. Yeah.
Those are milled plates with Arnold in a double bicep pose. Amazing.
There's a lot of hours in all that machining and.
Here's the Welsh Wonder Woman at her first attempt, and that is no problem for Rebecca Roberts. 536 pounds for her opening attempt.
I think here Rebecca's probably looking, she just wants to get as many points as she can. I think she knows she's not going to win the deadlift or a battle with some of these top women on the deadlift. So she just needs to get as many points as she can to set herself up to go into the next event.
Yeah. just trying to get as close to the top as possible. I don't know, she pulled 660 in the gym. She had a suit on, but she pulled 660 in the gym, so who knows what she might pull out today.
So what are your thoughts about the start? Some of the athletes are looking more down at the floor. Some athletes pull their shoulders back and look straight ahead.
I mean, ideally, like if you want your shoulders back, but ideally head position, you want your spine in a neutral position. You don't want to be necessarily looking straight up at the ceiling where your spine's cranked back, and you don't want to be looking at the ground where it's bent forward. You know, you want to be in that position where you're kind of more just kind of looking out. You want that neutral position in the spine.
So it's less of the gaze and more about your back position.
Yeah.
And maybe just keeping your back silent through the first part of the lift as you rise with your legs, keep your hips down.
Yeah, your point's going to kind of raise as you start coming up, right? Because you don't want your head flopping around.
No problem for Erin Murray. Her second of 3 attempts at 536 is good.
Strong deadlifter.
We've now had 5 athletes lift.
And what's great about Erin is she's also coming in as a two-time, she's one of the smaller competitors. She's won World's Strongest Woman in the 73 kilo and 82 kilo, and she's the first woman to ever do that. So she's competing against some monsters, and she doesn't have all that size that some of those other women do.
Well, strong is strong.
It is strong.
This is her first time
on
the big stage,
right? This is her first time on the
Yeah.
big stage, yep.
Really narrow with her hands, too.
Yeah, one thing that really narrow allows, though, you're allowed to get more of that crown to utilize it to your advantage. Where the wider stance, you can get a better drive off the floor, but you're not going to get as much of the crown. Because when you're wide out here, the crown's not going to do as much good.
It's all a trade-off.
Angelica Jardine will be the next woman out. This will be her second attempt.
Her opener looked really easy.
Yeah, 546, they're loading up on the bar for her. She already hit 516, so a 30-pound jump.
Well, based on her first lift, I think she's going to go really. This should be pretty smooth. I mean, that was.
Yeah, her first lift looked really great, and she's an athlete that was really new to the scene. You know, she came in last year and won America's Strongest Woman, and here she's on the big stage now. So,
coaching lifters always say your first attempt should be the one you will make. The second one is the one you should make, and the third one is the one you want to make.
Yeah, I was one of my first one to be my last warm-up. You know, I was tying my warm-ups in the back, then my opener was my kind of first heavier warm-up to kind of start really feeling the bar, and then after that we're working.
248 kilos, 546 pounds here. Second of 3 attempts for Jardine.
Nice, easy.
Wow.
She's definitely got more in the tank. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of jump do they make after that. And that's probably easier than she thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
I don't know about you, but you know, your first lift, you're out on the platform, you're looking around, and it's like, wow, I'm out here. It's like getting thrown in the water. It's a wake up. So I like what Jerry said. Your last warm ups on the platform.
Well, everything is, you know, that bar might feel a little different than the bar you warmed up on. The platform might be different. You're out in front of the crowd, everything. So you don't want it to be something that is any close to a max effort, right? And you just like that last warm-up, just let everything finally get loose, and then you're ready to work the last 2. And you know you have a good lift in, too.
Yeah, it's building that confidence, too.
Yep.
Tons of power. Yeah. Tons of power.
She's just such a new athlete. It's going to be exciting to see what she does.
She got that mechanical advantage going and just took over.
Donna Moore is going to come back out for her second attempt. She was good at 531, 551 pounds, 250 kilos on the bar.
Come on, Donna. Watched her for a long time. How much she's given to this sport.
She's been competing since 2012. She's been here for a long time.
Mixed grip again.
Well, come on.
Well,
come on, Donna.
well.
Come on.
Come on.
There we go.
And she has it.
She does.
551 is good.
Yeah, she's very excited about that.
No shoes, no straps, no problem.
Excited. That's great.
Wow.
That's great.
I guess you get style points, huh?
Yeah.
10.
Or just making the powerlifters happy. No straps. So
yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's a purist right there.
Olga Liashchuk will be out next for her opening attempt at 556 pounds.
Opening attempt.
Yeah.
Holds that discipline, gets it to her knees, and then pulls back. I mean, I tell people it's almost 2 lifts. You got to get it to the knees, and then you can stand. I think that's where it's a little bit harder with that mixed grip, that cross grip, when you get it to the knees.
Well, the
even
lockout's
though you got
not
the
as,
crown, yeah.
Because you fight your body a little bit with that mixed grip.
Uh-huh.
But she's strong. She nailed that. I think we've seen some very impressive lifts so far, and we're not even into the latter part of the group.
And some of most of those girls haven't even come in yet.
Yeah.
So.
And I mean, and the judges for the deadlift, I think they know a little bit about deadlifting.
Yeah, a lot of experience out there.
Yeah.
And there is Olga, who's making just a last-minute dash
Brad Gillingham is an 8-time IPF world champion. He's pulled 100. He told me he's pulled over 100. He pulled 102 800-pound deadlifts.
Wow.
Double overhand.
Wow.
Olga had to retrieve her straps before she attempts 556 pounds, 252 kilos here.
Well, it's kind of where just, Kristen was talking about, you're a little nervous that first lift. That's why that first lift doesn't want to be a max lift or top end lift, because sometimes this stuff happens. Athletes get kind of flustered and nervous,
and something like forgetting your straps and having to run back and come back can also, get you out of your zone.
You guys ever done anything like that, where you get out there and you're like, whoops, I left something backstage?
Not
no.
straps.
No, not straps.
First attempt for Olga, 556.
There we go, easy.
Yeah, easy.
2-time Arnold Strongwoman Classic champion.
Yeah.
2019 and 2020, she won it, and probably did not need those straps, as easy as that lift looked.
Yeah, she is a powerhouse and has been for years, so I know she's back with a vengeance this year.
Oh, that was a good opener. Yeah. Looked like her last warm-up, nice and smooth. Even after with the fumble back and forth getting the straps, she still pulls it easy.
We've now had 6 women lift. Sam Belliveau is the only one who has had all 3 of her attempts. Erin Murray is about to make her 3rd and final attempt at 556. It's the weight that Olga just hit.
That was so smooth and so easy.
As it should be, the opener, right? Like we talked about, your opener should be easy. Yeah.
And after the little miscue with the straps, that was perfect.
Yeah. And Erin's coming in with a 540 PR, so this too for her is going to be a PR if she hits it.
Well, think about, Sam, Erin, here in a little bit, when we get into the 600s, we're going to forget about these numbers, and these numbers would have won a few years ago.
556 for Erin Murray.
There you go. Finish it.
Come on, finish it. There we go.
And she has it.
Nice.
Yeah, she does.
Wow.
That's amazing.
PR
Love it.
for Erin Murray.
That's huge. That is a huge pull for her.
Yeah.
That's exciting.
It's also just great to see all these athletes do their best.
Yeah.
This is where you want to do it.
Absolutely. This is where you want to do it.
Now, 2 women have made all 3 attempts. Just saw Erin make her 3rd, and Sam Belliveau is also through her 3. You can see the scores on the left side of your screen. We'll be keeping you updated on all of that as we move through. And we still have
6 that haven't come in.
6 other athletes who have yet to lift. So just getting started here. And as you mentioned, Jerry, we're going to be forgetting about these impressive numbers in just a second.
Yeah.
And
these numbers would have won.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Well, she got all the crown there. Look how narrow that is. It's perfect.
Yeah. No, that narrow stance, she's really utilizing that. It hurts a little bit off the floor, but
she's just wedging herself between the earth and that bar and just pushes her feet down and gets it to her knees and stands up. I really like that.
Hannah Linzay
will
be next up. Her opening lift at 561 pounds, 254 kilos.
The Swamp Monster.
It's her 3rd appearance at the Arnold Strongwoman Classic.
She is
Best finish was
intense.
3rd in 2022.
She is super intense.
Yeah, she's an athlete that gets really amped to compete and put on a show for this crowd. She's worked on her deadlift a lot.
And that is easy for Hannah Linzay.
Easy. Yeah.
She feeds off the crowd. She loves it.
Well, we talked about it earlier. They've had to add seats to this place to fit everybody in who want, and it's full right now.
They had to add seats, and they sold out like that. That shows where this competition's come. This is not beyond everybody. They understand this year is super special.
Well, and they're all here to see the women right now. That's what's even more exciting is that all these people are here for them. And
I wasn't thinking about the men. I was talking about this. That's what we're talking about, right?
Yeah.
That's it. But she's a roller too.
She is. We talked about that.
We talked about rolling.
Yeah.
Don't really see that a whole lot these days.
Angelica Jardine is up next. This will be her 3rd and final attempt. She is also going to try and lift 561 pounds, 254 kilos. We'll be down to 9 women remaining after this lift.
No, and no offense to her, but I don't think she knows what she can do because she made those last 2 lifts look so easy.
$561 for Jardine.
There you go.
And that will count, no problem.
She left some out there. That was easy.
Everybody likes to say, "Oh, how many more pounds do you think you should get?" She
definitely had more.
Yeah.
She
I think just
left some.
being new and not knowing how that bar is going to feel.
Well, she had a great series. She's 3 for 3. So,
what goes into picking that weight when if you've left more out there? Where was that calculation
It's
wrong?
just being really smart with your training, knowing where you're at, and that bar, because that's where it's probably going to throw off some of these athletes. If they never pulled on this bar before, they're a little cautious. Well, I'm not sure how it's going to react. But if you're really sound in your training, you should know what you're capable of and how you're feeling. And you just see that with more of your seasoned athletes, right? Because they're going to know, oh, it's going to be a good day or it's not going to be a good day. You'll just know.
Well, maybe sometimes a coach will be able to say, look, you can't control anything outside the middle of that bar. I'll worry about the outside of the bar.
Yeah, if you had a good coach or training partner, I've had training partners that can watch me and go, oh, you're doing this, or they can tell right away how I'm feeling that day,
They can put a little more weight on or not so much.
And here goes Donna Moore for her 3rd
Come on,
attempt
Donna.
at 566.
There you go, Donna.
Come on.
Got to get her hips down a little more drive off the floor.
They have a 30-second window to make the lift, so she still has plenty of time here. 2nd attempt.
Let's go, dig in.
257 kilos.
Pull.
But Donna Moore is going to settle
Great
for
job.
551 pounds as she closes out her opening event. Now 4 women have gone through all 3 of their lifts. We have 8 remaining, and 5 haven't even gotten onto the floor yet.
We're past the mid-5s. Yeah. Amazing.
So we're probably going to see some over 600-pound openers.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable how far it's come.
But Inez Carrasquillo is going to be next, and this will be her opening lift. So she's one of the 5 who have not gotten out on the floor. She's going to open at 571.
We're getting close.
You see Victoria Long behind her.
Inez has had a lot of really great competitions.
She has.
I finished 5th here last year.
Yeah, she was
first appearance.
Very upset with herself last year after the competition, and she did great.
I think she went into day 2 in 1st place, right?
Yeah, she was at the top of the leaderboard.
She really had a great showing. I'm sure she's put in the work this last year to improve that this year.
Oh, get out of here with that. That was easy.
Wow.
571.
That was easy.
259 kilos. Like it's an empty barbell for Carrasquillo.
Unbelievable lift. I mean, she was very controlled. I really loved how she was controlled off the floor.
Yeah.
We still have 4 women
Just
who
dialed
have
it in.
yet to lift. He's taking another look at Carrasquillo's opening attempt at 571. Carrasquillo, Linzay, Liashchuk, and Roberts have only lifted once each.
That was such a smooth lift.
That was so fast.
Really easy.
There was no staging of that lift. She just pulled right through.
Our 2-time defending champion will be up next. Victoria Long at 576 pounds to open up. 261 kilos.
A little interesting. I mean, I kind of anticipate her maybe being over 6 for a starter, but hey, you know, what's her training been like? And
yeah, and then how she felt in warm-ups, you know. You want this opener to be just heavy enough so you got a good number in the show, but it's still a last warm-up.
Well, you also have to remember she had that hamstring injury last year.
Yeah.
So that can also be a factor, maybe, you know, mentally thinking about that as well.
yeah.
Opening attempt here for Victoria Long, 576 pounds, 261 kilos for the 2-time defending champion. And that is easy.
That was awesome.
Well, that answered that. That was the last warm-up.
It's going to be interesting to see where she goes, because I was, you know, mid-6 is easy, maybe closer to 7, and she's, you know, maybe she just wanted to feel how the bar felt out on the stage today.
She could have cleaned that.
I don't know. She had that really wide stance. She got all that super leverage going and just completely just came off the floor with.
Yeah, she gets such a good push off the ground with that wide stance.
Wow. Jerry, you were like that. You like the kind of the wider stance.
You just really just turn it into a push, like a leg press. You want to push it off the ground.
Yeah.
Open up like that, you can use your hips and your legs more to push it off the ground.
Right. And it also shortened the distance, right?
Shorten the distance a little bit.
Yep.
Now Melissa Peacock is coming out for her opening attempt. She's also going to go for 576 pounds, 261 kilos.
She's had a huge improvement in the deadlift. I mean, I think she finished a little over 5 last year, which is, you know, a good lift for her, but she's opening at 576. Yeah, there's thoughts going through people's minds before they pull on a deadlift bar like this that you don't hear around a preacher curl bench.
Nice, easy.
Great lift for Peacock. She's only 3 kilos short of what she pulled last year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a stroke. That was nice. Very, very efficient lift.
I talked to her before this, and she just really wanted to hit 600. That was her goal coming in here, and I have a feeling she's going to hit quite a bit more today.
Oh.
That was easy.
Yeah, that might be 6. Might be her.
She's on track for that.
Yeah, for
sure.
sure.
Yeah.
Take another look at Melissa Peacock.
Wow.
Great opener for her.
I mean, it just shows that, you know, spending time with the implement and understanding your personal stance and how you pull. I mean, there was just no hits whatsoever. That was just a straight shot. Very efficient.
It's her 3rd time here at the Arnold Strongwoman Classic. Her best finish came in 2022 when she took 5th. Now, Rebecca Roberts coming back out for her 2nd of 3 lifts. She's also going to stay at 576 pounds, 261 kilos. She was good earlier at 536.
Like the bar floated out on her a little bit there. Her shoulders come over the bar.
Sitting back.
Second attempt here for Rebecca Roberts.
Come on, Rebecca.
Yeah, if your shoulders float over that bar, the bar's going to follow, right? So then it floats out away from you.
Come on,
sit back.
And unable to get it. So Rebecca Roberts at 5:36, her last successful lift, and this was only attempt number 2 for her.
She's leaving a lot of points out there.
Yeah, that's this could be significant, obviously later down the road.
Yeah. Yeah, these are ones that come back and haunt you when you go into that last event.
Victoria Long and Melissa Peacock still have the heaviest lifts at 576. Underdown and Thompson have yet to get out onto the floor.
It'll be interesting to see what are they going to the next jump.
Yeah.
Well, Rebecca has an opportunity to take a break and then come back out and try for her third attempt at this weight.
That is true.
That's a deep hole, but she's a great athlete. Maybe she gets it done.
And it looks like she is going to pass on that attempt. So Rebecca Roberts
I would say that's a
will
smart
finish
move.
at 5:36. Let's take another look at the keys. Now, after you watch a little bit of this play out here, Kristen, these still hold as far as the keys are concerned?
Yes, you always want to finish the lift, control the flex, but it's really like, we mentioned before, is you can't let your shoulders fall forward. Your shoulders fall forward, that bar is going to pull you out. So it's really just keeping your shoulders back and driving through the floor.
I think also the strongman deadlift, strongwoman deadlift is kind of going through progressions. Years ago, people always just had their feet close together. Now you're seeing people move their feet out. And you kind of saw that, Andy Bolton was kind of the first power lifter to do that. He moved his feet out, got all those leverages going. And some other strongmen and powerlifters kind of followed suit. Not everybody, because, it's not for everybody. I know you went that route. Brian Shaw, Hafthor.
Yeah, I moved mine out. A lot of athletes I've trained, I've moved their feet out like that. It depends on the athlete, but it usually carries over pretty well.
We're moving into the 600-pound territory now as Andrea Thompson is out for her first attempt. 601 pounds, 273 kilos.
She is just such a powerhouse and such a good deadlifter.
And that is no problem for Thompson at 6:01.
What can you say about that?
Not much.
Wow.
Made it look easy.
Nice, easy opener.
Anything you say about that's, you're just talking. That was perfect.
If you're another athlete sitting there watching that, what's going through your head?
I mean, it depends on what end you're on.
Yeah.
If you're Victoria Long, you're like, all right, game on, let's go. If you're further back, you're like, shit, I got work to do.
That's it. Wow.
The Hannah Linzay is out next. This is her second attempt. She's also going to go for 601 pounds.
This will be huge for her.
Yeah.
Huge, absolutely massive.
You got this.
Breaking that 600-pound barrier.
Attack this.
Come on, Hannah.
Finish it. Finish it.
Come on,
She's got it.
Finish it.
And that is good to Hannah Linzay. Wow.
Amazing.
Great lift.
Oh, yeah, look at her.
Great lift.
Oh, yeah. Amazing. Amazing. I love it.
This is only the first event.
Yeah. And we're not even done with it.
Yeah. Who's here to
Hannah
win?
Linzay is fired up.
Who's here to win?
Yep.
Love it.
Look, she was a goalie in soccer, so you know already that's a little, you got to be wired a little differently to want to play that position.
That's amazing.
Wow, Hannah Linzay. Second attempt at 6:01.
That was awesome.
Oh, boy.
So last year she said the nosebleed on her deadlift was the highlight. I think nosebleed on a 600-pound deadlift, I think she topped it.
She just
topped
Yeah.
it. Yeah, that's amazing.
Fought hard.
Yeah.
Great lift.
We're going to have to get you saw the cleanup crew out there for that, but.
I love to hold the top and yell at the crowd. That's awesome. I love it.
That should be a metal song. Blood on the platform.
Blood on the platform.
Nice. Yes.
Yeah.
She's probably got a little spare in there to get another pull. What do you think?
Control at the top. It could go, depending on what her attempt is, you know. She can't get too greedy because she got a little slow there in the middle. The lockout was really solid.
She spent a lot of energy though too.
And it's one of those things, you know, if she goes a little too heavy, that bar crowns as she comes forward. It's gonna be, you know, there she was staying in a really good position, shoulders over the bar, hips down.
I think if anybody out there wants to go for a 1 rep max lift right now, watch this video every time before you do it. I guarantee you're probably going to hit it.
Yep.
Just put that in the motivation file right there.
That's it.
And this crowd absolutely loves it. And now Inez Carrasquillo is going to come back out for her second of 3 lifts, also at 601.
So look at the difference in demeanor. You have Hannah coming out like a wild animal, swamp monster, and then look at her, so calm. So
I like the both. Putting on a show, screaming, and you got the stoic standing there ready to go. And the way her opener looked, this one should be easy as well.
Yeah.
Well, you were kind of like that too when you deadlifted. You were ordering a ham sandwich and you walked out there, man. You just like.
No, I was always just focused. Afterwards,
yeah,
you know, I'd yell and scream, but
yeah.
There's got to be an internal dial that you got to have, you know, as the weights start going up and you get more focused, you know. I always had kind of stages I did for deadlift, you know. Over 800 pounds, I'd add a belt, you know, and I'd start wrapping my thumbs and just different things and just kind of start turning the dial up.
Here comes Inez Carrasquillo. 601 pounds, still on the barbell. We've seen 2 women make that weight. Andrea Thompson, then Hannah Linzay, the first 2. Carrasquillo looking to be the 3rd.
Don't make me explain this, but she's built really well for this event.
She's got good leverages.
Yep.
Yeah, her opener looked really easy. Goes back into it well. Ooh. Shot that whip.
Oh. A little too fast off the floor.
Yeah, her hips rose. See how that kind of hung her forward. See how her back's rounded and it rises your hips.
A little surprised by that, but.
Oh, just a little too big a jump.
So we've seen people rolling the bar and people not. So what's the benefit to doing that or not doing that?
You know, a lot of athletes like it. They feel like they can kind of pull themselves, sit down into the lift as they roll it back. I personally never liked it because I like to coil into the bar. And I feel like that stretches you out by doing that. And if you miss the timing on that roll, and I think maybe she did on that first one, and if you're too far away from your shins, that bar is hanging out here and it's gonna round you forward.
The beginning of that looked pretty solid. Where did that go wrong?
I said if you look, it hunched her over. And once those shoulders open up and that back rounds, and you get a top end deadlift, you're not finishing them like that. You know, you're gonna hang.
Your hips come up.
Your hips come up, and it's just you're not gonna finish them.
Well, there's some people that they say that's they get that stretch reflex we talked about, Kristen, and that can be helpful. I'm personally guilty of doing that on my deadlifts.
You're a roller?
I'm a roller. I was like a staunch, that's crazy. What are you doing? You're insane. And then a really well-known strongman spent 20 minutes with me. And I'm a roller. No, it was actually somebody else, yeah.
Well, Rebecca Roberts, we saw her earlier decline her 3rd attempt. Inez is going to come back out of the same weight and give it a go. So she has some time to rest here.
Yeah, if she felt like she missed the timing on that roll, which I think she did. I think she, wasn't quite into her shins yet. It was a little far out. Corrects that. It might be a different attempt. But she's really got to focus on pulling that low back in and keeping those hips down, because once she hunches over, you're not going to finish it. Not at top end.
It'd be a big lift for her because it would help vault her up the standings here.
And she definitely wants these points.
4 women have already all made their 3 attempts, and then Rebecca Roberts got through 2. So 5 women are already done.
And we still haven't seen Lucy.
But she is the world record holder.
Yeah, she is. Yeah.
And that was over 700?
701. Yeah,
right at 7.
So still only 2 women have lifted that 601-pound barbell, Linzay and Thompson. 273 kilos. As Inez is going to take full advantage of the time to rest here.
So how long are they giving them? 3 minutes to rest?
3.
3 minutes.
So I last heard. So Jerry, what kind of, I mean, you got all this time in between lifts. You're the other competitors waiting for somebody else. And what do? You
just got to stay focused and just zone out of all this other stuff that's going on and just stay in what you're doing, you know, not to get distracted with what else is going on. You got to stay in your own zone.
And the thing too is, like, you know, say these girls thought Inez was going to hit that and then hit another one. Like, you can't let that get in your head, like, oh, she missed that, you know, and let it affect you. And that was another thing. Like you said, you just have to stay in the zone, and you just have to not let what other people are doing kind of affect you, and which is hard to do when you're visually seeing it. But that's part of the game.
Well, mentally, you know, how do you overcome the fact that, okay, I just missed this? What does that do to you now as you make your second attempt?
You got to forget about it. You got to just reset yourself and go, all right, you know, and just approach it as a new attempt, you know, because you can't get all flustered with it because it's going to completely take you out of your game.
Because that looked more like a technical issue than a strength issue.
I think so. Yeah. I mean, you're getting to a top-end lift, definitely, but that's when those little, you know, miscues on timing and stuff like that really, you know, are exposed. And I think she just missed the timing on that.
As we are waiting for Inez to go back out, Hannah Linzay has also declined her third attempt, so she's going to finish at 6:01.
I would say that's smart.
That's smart.
She might have a little bit more, but to go out and really strain and pull on another one, she'd be able to save herself for the frame.
Well, she said coming in here, all she wanted was a 600-pound deadlift. She hit it. She's got to be happy with that.
She got it now.
Depending on what Inez does here, we're already through 6 women. So half the field still remains, and this is Inez's now third and final attempt. So this will be through 7 women after this lift.
I would love to see her get this. I know we all would, but I'm just saying this it'd be a great comeback.
Just a comeback, yeah.
Great
absolutely.
comeback.
Crowd's behind her. Let's see it.
Come on, there we go. Come on.
And the same thing.
That was a much better attempt.
Just walk.
And she's going to call it.
Yeah,
they're really tough to come back and get after a bad miss like that, where especially she really was kind of tugging on it. She's kind of pulling on you. It stretches out your back and everything. It's really tough to come back and get those.
Inez will settle for a score of 571 pounds. That's the lift that she hit on her opening attempt. Olga Liashchuk will be out next. And we're going to jump up 5 pounds to 606, 275 kilos.
Everybody talks about, you know, muscular strength, but I think, you know, in a deadlift or a maximum lift like this, there's a lot of neurologic that pop, you know, what kind of drive can you put into it, you know?
Well,
because that's why people do speed training, right?
Well, and you have to lift in these big weights to condition your CNS to do this,
right.
You know, and to do this and not be completely wrecked for the next event,
right.
You know, so you have to do this heavy every week to condition your body for this. So it's not only just getting strong enough to do it. You know, it's a different approach than, you know, powerlifting, where you train to hope to have that great day. You know what you have to pull today to be in the points, and you got to recover from it to go to the next event.
Right.
You know, you can't just do that and have 2 weeks off and then focus on the next meet, you know.
Yeah, she wants the crowd. Look at her.
Yep. She wants that crowd behind her.
Oh, yeah.
This would be a big leap for points.
This would be good points for her, the way everything's kind of going right now.
606
see it.
For Olga.
Come on, Olga. Come on. Oh, yeah, she's got this. She's got this.
And
Easy.
that is good.
Nice.
That was good.
She's got a
That's
little room in there,
points.
too.
Big points for her.
Yeah, big
A
points.
little more if she needs it.
Yeah.
Was
Nice
that
pull.
her second?
Second attempt, yeah.
Okay.
There's one more.
And that team works so hard.
Oh, All those guys in the blue shirts, the hardest working ones here.
Yes.
All weekend.
The athletes have the easy job just to perform. These guys got to move all the weights.
Yeah.
Another look at the second lift for Olga at 606. And she made a 50-pound jump from her opener.
She looks like she was just offset a little bit on her setup.
Yeah, a little offset.
Little bit.
Might have dug into that one shin a little bit.
She just overpowered the bar.
Yeah, she did.
She
Absolutely.
had so much lockout strength for it, it didn't matter.
She's like 606. Now,
all right, here we go.
So Mel's not the biggest athlete. This would be just a
This will be huge.
great lift.
Yeah. Over 600 pounds. Huge improvement from last year.
Yeah, she's been working on this lift a lot, so. Come on, Mel. Come on, there it is.
And that is good for Melissa Peacock. 606 on her second attempt.
Right.
Yeah. She's got some left, no question.
Yeah, that was a huge lift for her.
That was great.
That's great.
Yeah.
That was strong, too. Really.
Well, that and that's going to give her some good points.
Absolutely.
Because you got some of the top athletes that we thought they're already out.
Huge points.
But Lucy Underdown has yet to come out yet.
Yeah, but having Rebecca go out so early
and Inez.
Yeah, and Inez and these other athletes getting a few attempts. That's points on, and that's going to be big going in tomorrow. Depending on how the frame shakes out.
She's still got something left.
She does.
Be interesting to see what she comes out with.
Look at her face as she's
happy.
backing away. She's just soaking up that crowd.
Yeah.
She'll remember this one.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And the next one.
We're waiting to find out what Melissa's next weight is going to be, because that is going to, well, that's going to determine if Lucy Underdown is going to come out for her opening attempt.
I always hated the lulls like this in the waiting. I'm not sure if you're up yet or,
Well, it's part of getting mentally ready. Like, you get ready and you're ready to go, and they're like, oh, sorry, just kidding.
Oh, no, this athlete's going to go. Yeah, it's.
Underdown making her first appearance here at the Arnold Strongwoman Classic.
I've actually seen where people ice the other lifter. They'll let the time run out on what they called.
Yeah.
I've seen icing before. That's not a great way to make friends.
Melissa Peacock
it's part of the game.
Melissa Peacock's going to lift again. So her third and final attempt. So she'll get 3 minutes, and she's going to go up to 6'11".
So her and Olga both have 606.
Yes.
So this is her attempt to bump up on some points.
It's Peacock and Liashchuk who have the lead now at 606. Linzay is done. She's at 601. Andrea Thompson still has 2 attempts remaining as well. She currently sits at 601. And Victoria Long at 576 still has 2 lifts remaining. And Lucy Underdown again is the only woman who's yet to lift.
Okay, when did you pull 600?
I was going to say, did you ever think you'd see the day where it's like, we're at 6'11", and old Underdown back here hasn't even lifted once?
No. Yeah. So I pulled I was the first one to pull 600 on this bar. I pulled 616 in 2020. Andrea came behind me, pulled 621. And we thought that was a lot. And the fact that Lucy's pulled 7, I never thought I would see a woman pull 700, like ever. And the fact that she's already done it, I talked to her backstage, she's like, I have more. I mean, mind-blowing.
Yeah, I'll do more if I need to.
Yeah.
Well, Lucy Underdown is now going to come out for her opening lift as Melissa Peacock has jumped up to 621. That's going to be the next weight that she attempts. But Lucy will either be at or under that for her first attempt.
And opening over 600 pounds it's unbelievable how far the sport's come.
Yeah, open over 620.
So Jerry, we were kind of touching on, like, you need to pull heavy and deadlift regularly, and there's a group of thought that you shouldn't really deadlift because it's, I don't understand that.
Yeah, well, I mean, especially for competition. I mean, you have to, you have to pull heavy every week.
Right.
And you have to know for confidence too, like, what can I do? You can't come in here and not be ready. You can't be prepared.
You got to be able to pull hard on days that you don't feel great.
Oh yeah, because you may get here and feel terrible, but you got to perform.
Yep.
So.
And here is Lucy Underdown, her opening attempt.
.621.
Opening it. Wow.
621 is an opener.
And that was the world record 4 years ago, and she's opening. Amazing. Easy.
And that is
easy.
So easy, it is
She's
criminal.
within 30, 35 pounds of the record on this bar.
There you go.
Yeah. Wow.
That's 282 kilos.
Amazing.
Wow.
That looked effortless.
Great.
And easy. Great pull.
And now Melissa Peacock will come out for her third and final attempt to try to match Underdown, who just came out and took the lead on her opening lift.
That's amazing.
This is going to be huge. She pulls this.
Well, after this, we'll be down to our final three: Victoria Long, Andrea Thompson, and Lucy Underdown.
Well, that's what we've been waiting for, right? See where this goes. Potentially see the record change 3 times.
Wow.
Ta-da. Nothing to it.
Yep.
Big Daddy
Okay.
Mel. Big Daddy Mel. That's her
That's
nickname
it.
now.
Come on, Mel.
Gotta attack
Yeah,
this.
she wants the crowd.
I don't think there's an empty seat in this place.
Wow.
No way.
This place is
And
packed.
look, they're all on their feet
standing.
for
Yeah.
this.
6:21 for Melissa Peacock. This is a tie for the lead.
Let's go. Let's see it.
Come on.
Oh. Yeah, save it.
Yeah.
She's going to be towards the top at 6:06, and so now she's done.
She's had a great day deadlifting.
And that leaves us with 3 women left: Victoria Long, Andrea Thompson, and Lucy Underdown. All of them have only lifted 1 time.
Shot of head referee Magnus for Magnuson.
Victoria Long is going to be the next woman out at 636 pounds, making a 15-pound jump from the 621 we're looking at right now. That's 288 kilos.
She's been sitting a while now, too. All these athletes go in between.
When you've been in that situation, do you lift at all when you go back there, or is it
No,
just...
see, that's another thing where your opener kind of has to come into play, because if you open too light, then you have the risk of what just happened is all these other athletes kind of fall in between you and your second. So you got to be heavy enough to be out of that. If you know you're the top end of the deadlifters, you got to be heavy enough to get out of that. Let them fall out. That way, once you come out, your warm-ups are over, you're rolling. You just got a few athletes in between you, and that way your attempts are timed pretty well.
Here comes Victoria Long. She was good at 576. She's jumping all the way up to 636 pounds, 288 kilos. This is her second attempt.
This is kind of shaking out how we thought it was going to work.
Yeah.
Victoria and Lucy and Andrea. Wow, really wide stance for her height.
But she drives so much. She has so much power then.
Yes.
So much drive off the floor.
I mean, she's super successful, so that's just her. That just shows again, like, she spent time with the lifts and she's got her.
There you go.
Wow.
That'll do.
Yes.
Game on.
636 is good.
I just put my flip-flops back on and head
I'm
back
good.
over. What's next, Coach?
Well, it just shows you, again, how far we've come when that looks routine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Victoria Long now in the lead at 636 pounds. That was her second attempt. Andrea Thompson and Lucy Underdown still have 2 attempts remaining. And Thompson is going to be up next at 641.
And my understanding of the rules, you can change your third attempt once. So if she sees somebody really pull a big one, she still has the opportunity to go make a change. Her coach can go make a change. The expediter's going to talk with her.
Andrea Thompson was good at 6:01 earlier, now making a 40-pound jump. 6:41, 291 kilos. Three-time podium finisher here at the Arnold, but has never won.
The crowd. All right, let's go, Andrea. Let's see it.
Come on now, get it.
6:41 for Thompson.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
It's
That's
good.
it. Nice.
That was a good lift.
Wow.
Oh, yeah, she knows.
She's got more to take. Oof.
And she's only 5 pounds off her personal best right there.
5 pounds off first? Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, I'd say she can go over that.
Definitely, yeah. Be interested to see what she comes out at next.
Yeah.
And this is where strategy starts to play in, right? You're looking at where people are at, what their points are going to be. Start kind of like in your head, you kind of start going through points and too, like what do I have to do to get where I need to be?
And one more look at Thompson, who had little trouble with 6:41, and that's important because as we mentioned, you only have 5 events. You're not going to win it today, but you can certainly take yourself out of contention.
Yeah, correct.
Or
set yourself up.
Point worth that, you know?
Yeah.
Well, here you got to be really smart and listen to your body too. You know, because that was a good pull, but you can see a little bit of shake and in it. So if you feel any kind of tweak or something like that, am I smart just to stop, take third, let these other 2 go battle it out, and then I'm going to get ready for frame and not take the risk of doing something on a third.
Yep. I'll go win the frame or have a better showing in the frame.
So
And just that 1 or 2 points, is it really worth that?
It's where the experienced athletes that are really good at listening to their body and paying attention to what's going on, they're having an advantage.
Well, I misspoke because we still have 4 athletes remaining as Olga Liashchuk is coming out for her third and final lift here. So after this, we will now be down to 3. So my apologies to Olga because she was at 6:06 and now making a 45-pound jump up to 6:51.
Which is the current world record.
295 kilos.
So half the field has lifted over 600.
As we watch Olga get ready, let's bring in Melissa Peacock, who just hit 6:06. Melissa, what did you do during the past year to improve your deadlift so much?
I just am a really good listener. I listen to my coach. So whatever he says.
Well, certainly an impressive effort as we watch Olga here at 6:51.
Oh, come on.
Not gonna quite get there.
Just rounded her back off the ground. It's a hard lockout around your back.
Melissa, what does this crowd do for your ability to pull big weight?
Sorry, that cut out.
Oh, no, the question was is that we've talked a lot about the crowd and the effect it
Yeah.
can have on athletes. What kind of effect do they have on you when you're out there lifting in front of them?
For me personally, it makes me super emotional. It's amazing. Gym lifts are one thing, but that gives you just the extra push that you really need. Just hearing the crowd, and it's so cool to be a part of this. I think it's the biggest crowd in the Arnold Classic history, as far as I was told. So to be a part of that is really, really special.
Yeah, you can see it in your face. You're thinking, wow, this is as good as it gets.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Yeah.
Just a flood of appreciation for where you are at that time.
Yeah,
but a great lift. I loved watching it.
Yeah, and to hear people saying your name in the crowd, and also to know that I have friends and family here watching is, again, this makes me super emotional.
That's great.
And you were here last year.
Yeah.
When was the first time that you got to compete with the men on this stage? What effect have you seen that have on the sport as a whole?
I have to thank Rogue and the Arnold team and everything for putting us on the stage with the men, because we just have to be given this platform to show what we're capable of. So this just opens up more doors for us. I think you're going to see the women at a lot more big shows in the future. So I think the best is yet to come, honestly.
Well, right now, Lucy Underdown is going to attempt 666 pounds. That's 302 kilos on her second attempt. And she will hit it.
New world record on the elephant bar.
On the elephant bar, yeah.
Yep. Fantastic. It also to underscore they're not wearing any supportive undergarments.
Other than straps, this is a completely raw lift.
Yeah.
No briefs or anything allowed this year.
Ode Haugen shaking his head. What's going on here? That's amazing.
Melissa, you still have one event remaining later on today in that frame carry.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, what would be a successful day one for you as far as where you wind up in the standings?
Honestly, I don't even have a goal for my placing on the frame. Finishing the frame is my #1 goal, so hopefully we will see that. It's quite a bit heavier than last year, so.
Well, you absolutely flew with it last year. We're excited to see what you do this year.
It was a miracle last year, so I'm just asking for another miracle this year.
Congratulations on your lift today. It was amazing to watch you.
Thank you.
Yeah, great job, Melissa. Best of luck the rest of the way, and thanks for joining us here. Impressive performance.
Thank you.
Lucy Underdown, impressive at 666 pounds.
Yeah, a little shake. I think her hips came up a little early.
Yeah, hips rose, but some of that was, I think, some of that whip on the bar kind of pulled her forward in that shake.
Maybe she just kind of, that's the weird part about a top lift. Sometimes she sits back a little more in the next lift and she goes up a little bit and she gets a little more out of it.
She's had a lot of time, you know, and who knows when, you know, when she timed her warm up and how much downtime she's had in between. You know, that it affects you. You're a little cold going out there.
Third and final attempt for Victoria Long now, trying to match Lucy Underdown at 666 pounds. We will only have 2 lifts remaining after this. One from Thompson and one from Underdown.
Oh, no.
Oh, I hate
that?
to see that.
Oh,
damn.
Hip.
Oh.
Hamstring.
Hip, hamstring, yeah.
There's Arnold Schwarzenegger looking on, and everyone here hoping that Victoria is okay.
I hate to see that, man.
This makes your heart stop.
Yeah.
You know?
That was Victoria Long at 666 pounds. The medical staff is out there. We'll keep you updated on that. She's being helped off the floor. And that is not what you want to see happen to anybody here. And Victoria Long being saluted by the crowd as she leaves the floor here.
For her to fall back like that was, you know.
That looked like it was probably a hamstring, and I've been there. When they go, it's like a big rubber band lets go on your leg. Especially when everything's tight and you strain to push in like that, and when that goes, it's the big bang in your leg.
Now, you had multiple hamstring injuries. Is it easier to re-injure yourself after you had the same injury? Is it easier to re-injure yourself again, or like rehabs?
It can be, depending on what she did for it. The problem, like I started to have, that I finally kind of cured it with PRP and regenerative, was when you have all the little hamstring tears, you get those little adhesions as they heal. So it's like knots in a rubber band. Mm-hmm. So then that muscle doesn't work like it's supposed to.
Okay.
Look at Andrea.
Well, we still have 2 lifts remaining here. Andrea Thompson, this will be her final attempt. And Lucy Underdown, depending on what happens here, has 1 left.
Let's go, Andrea. Let's see it.
With 666 pounds on the bar here for Thompson, looking to match Underdown to force her into her 3rd and final lift to win.
Wow. I'd love to see her get this.
Here we go. Come on, Andrea.
Come on,
Come
Andrea.
on.
Come on. You got this. Yes.
Good,
Oh, man, the way that came off the floor, I thought it was going.
It's just, as it rose, her hips rose just a little too high, and you see her shoulders kind of rotate over the bar.
I wonder if it surprised her how fast it came up.
I think, some of that pop, that's where you want to yank. You got to push it and be patient off the floor with this bar. You got to wait on it a little bit.
Push your feet down.
She needs this to match Underdown.
No.
It's not going to happen. Lucy Underdown
Yeah.
is going to win the opening event with just 2 lifts at 666 pounds.
Wow.
You know, here's the bad part of having deadlift first. You know, we love deadlift first because you're going to see potentially your biggest numbers when it's first, but everybody comes in ramped up for that big pull, and when you do that, sometimes that stuff happens, you know. It's just...
And Lucy Underdown is going to pass smartly on her third and final attempt.
She doesn't need it. She has the record. She wins deadlift.
Smart move.
Was going to jump up to 681. She's already got the 10 points in her, the 12 points in her back pocket. 666 pounds on the elephant bar for Lucy Underdown. Starts her first Arnold Strongwoman Classic with an event win and a record.
Amazing deadlifts by all the women. Really kind of a...
Literally, I walked in here as you were lifting this weight. I said to myself, this is unbelievable. I mean, how can anyone be that strong? I mean, it is fantastic. Congratulations.
Oh my God. Thank you so much. It's such an honor to meet you. Thank you.
Boss!
Wow.
A moment she'll never forget.
Never.
Yeah.
No.
I always remember that one.
Oh, yeah. Look at her. See
Like she's like, did this happen?
That's cool.
This isn't real.
Wow.
It was only the first event.
Yeah, I know, right?
It's-
That was
this
amazing.
happened because I'm just really strong.
What an impressive performance from Lucy Underdown, who picks up the event win.
I mean, all these women, I mean...
Very nice.
Be interesting to see what she could pull, because that still looks fairly easy for her.
Yeah, I think she has, it's hard to say. She had some more in the tank. Yeah. But she won. So there you
That's
go.
amazing. Yeah.
Yep.
Olga Liashchuk
way to
looks like
start.
she's going to finish in second at 651. We'll have to
Okay.
wait for those official results.
Well, this is really going to change things up now.
Olga didn't pull the 651.
That's right, she
She
failed
missed
at
it.
that.
Yeah, she
You're
missed
right.
that one. But this, depending on how bad Victoria's injury is, this really changes things.
Olga will finish fourth at 606. Victoria Long, again, we will keep our fingers crossed regarding her status. Andrea Thompson takes second, and Lucy Underdown at 666 pounds takes the elephant bar deadlift. The men are coming up next, and I gotta be honest, I don't know how they are going to top what we just saw from the women.
I mean, are we going to see a record? Is it possible?
I mean, it's possible. Hafthor is, I think, capable of it. I don't know. I think might be something similar to this, where he won't have to push himself that hard. I mean, who knows? We'll see. But they got a lot to live up to after these women deadlift. I mean, that was impressive. Where the bottom lift was 516.
Half the
huge.
field was over 600
Yeah,
pounds.
it's huge.
Half the field lifted over 600 pounds.
Yeah, it's amazing, crazy.
All right.
Very impressive.
Well, we're going to catch our breath here for a second. The women are done. Men are coming up next. We are going to talk to Lucy Underdown. We'll also have Rob Kearney up here helping us with our coverage of the men's elephant bar deadlift. So the competition continues here at the Arnold Classic. So stay with us, everybody. It's going to be a good time as big weights are going to be going up as the men take the floor next. action continues here in Columbus, Ohio, as we continue the opening day of competition for the Arnold Strongwoman and Strongman Classics. Thanks for being with us, everybody. The men are set to take the floor next for event number 1, the Elephant Bar Deadlift. I'm Sean Woodland with Dr. Bill Crawford and Jerry Pritchett. We're going to have Lucy Underdown up here in just a second, who just won this event for the women. And then Rob Kearney will be joining us in a little bit as well. And I don't know how we're going to top what just happened with the women, but there's certainly some men out here who can put on a fantastic show for the packed house here.
Well, half the women pulled over 600 pounds. I mean, 4 years ago, that was the record. How many guys are going to pull close to 1,000? I guess that's what we have to ask. The bar is high.
Yes.
And how much we're going to see from them. I'm a little bit of exhausted from yelling for that one, but we're getting it back. It's going to really charge back up.
Oh yeah, as soon as these guys get going, I mean, they got a lot to live up to after the women, because that was a very impressive field of deadlifters for the women. But we have some big deadlifters before the men coming here too, so I think we'll have a lot of these guys over 900 and several of them pushing for 1,000 or more.
Now let's take a look at the men who will be on the floor here. And if you were with us earlier, we talked about just how loaded this field is. You have the last 5 champions here. Mitch Hooper is your defending champion. Hafthor won 3, and then Martins Licis also won 1. And then you have other men who can pull some big weight here in this opening event. Event number 1 is the Elephant Bar Deadlift. Each athlete will have 3 attempts. The weight will only go up on the bar. They'll have 30 seconds to make as many attempts as they need to within the time frame. But let's talk about keys here on this implement.
Well, I mean, we talked about it before. What you need to do is you need to control that shake out of the bar, that flex in the bar. And the next thing you have to do is finish the lift. I think if you can get it to your knees, that's your goal. Then it stops moving so much. And there's some other details we talked about, like how much where the bar flexes. But you got to control that flex and sit back on it. If you don't, then there's a big problem. And then finish the lift once you get it to your knees.
Yeah, most of these guys have all deadlifted on this bar. I think only 2 haven't. So these guys know what they're going after. Here where they got to be smart on what they open with and their attempts and watching what the other guys do. There's some strategy that comes in there. And really listening to your body so you get the most out, you get your maximum points going into that frame.
Yep, that's true. I mean, it's amazing to me also how we're just throwing around like, oh, guys lift 1,000 pounds. So put it in perspective, in 2011, Zadrunas pulled the world's record in the strongman deadlift with 968. Okay? And now just, 12, 13 years later, a whole bunch of guys are going to pull 1,000.
Yeah.
Maxime Boudreault at 776 pounds. He will be the first man out.
This is an event that Max has got to try to get as many points as he can. He knows this isn't his best event. He's got to salvage some points, and then he's going to kind of move on from
352 kilos, and right off the bat, Boudreault is going to call it.
High lat.
Hopefully that's just a strain. Well, definitely not where you want to start off here.
Nope.
Immediately grabbed for his side there after the setup.
Yeah, he probably felt a little tug in the lat. Hopefully it was just a strain and he caught it early enough and it's not a pull. Here's another thing, you got to be, really smart on your warm-ups in the back, and then when you're coming out for your first attempt, because you want this first attempt to be kind of warm-up, but still in range, a striking distance on, gives me points as you can in case something happens on that second.
Mateusz Kieliszkowski is scheduled to be the next man out. He'll be opening at 816 pounds. It's 370 kilos for him in an event that, every year we talk about it, he's going to have to do some damage control here because we know what he is capable of after the deadlift. And speaking of what you're capable of, Lucy Underdown joining us now here on the desk, that was an absolutely incredible performance. You won the event with just 2 lifts. What was it like out there with this environment around you?
Oh, well, the crowd was
absolutely incredible, honestly. Like they were so loud when I was warming up. I was using that as a bit of inspiration to get into it and get psyched up for the lift, because they were just so loud, and they're definitely here to. They're not just here to watch the men anymore. They are here to watch us all, and it's just incredible to have that and to feel that that behind you. It's just amazing.
It's your first appearance on this stage. Yeah. How did you manage the nerves that I'm sure you were feeling before you stepped out on the competition floor?
I've been really nervous all morning. Honestly, I haven't. I had a little cry this morning, but luckily I've got good people behind me, and I just have to. Once I start lifting, I feel fine. It's the build up to the first lift that always gets me. Once I've done the first lift, it looks really good as well.
When did you know you had it?
Yeah. I knew that with the 280, I knew that I had that one like straight away. The 300 wasn't as easy as I would have liked it to have been, but it's not as smooth as some of my other lifts that I've done. But I knew that I still had a lot more kilos left in me, to be honest. But I was just here to do what I needed to do today.
And then you had Arnold hold your hand up over your head.
Like?
That was incredible. Honestly, I was so starstruck. I was just open mouthed like, oh my God.
That was a great moment.
Incredible.
Is this really happening?
Yeah, I really enjoyed that. I've been buzzing to meet him all weekend. So
after feeling that bar now, Iraq's a little different.
Yeah.
What do you think you could have done on that?
I honestly think that 700 pounds would have been there on the, like today if I needed it.
Yeah.
I wasn't really aiming for 700 pounds today, just because this is the first event. We've got a whole weekend of competition. So, but I honestly think 700 pounds would have been there. I know that on a normal bar, I've got I can do a lot more than that. So I actually really enjoyed pulling on that. To be fair, there is a slightly different breaking point. I think once the whip's taken out, you kind of feel the weight twice. I feel like I feel it on the floor and then halfway up.
It's a bar you got to be patient on.
Yes,
yeah,
definitely.
Yeah, I'd be really curious to see you train on something similar to see what you could do next year on it.
Yes, yeah, definitely, because I didn't really have anything similar.
Here's Mateusz Kieliszkowski at 816 pounds.
That was a great lift.
And that is good for the Polish Titan.
I was talking to the guys in the back a minute ago, and they were saying that Mateusz was looking really good on his warm-ups.
Yeah.
So I think he's looking good. He's feeling better, more confident than last year. Last year he had a sciatic that was bothering him, and that's really hard to compete through.
Yeah, so getting an actual implement to train on to feel that flex, because you're really fighting that,
Yeah, definitely. I think the UK doesn't. I don't know anyone really in the UK that has an elephant bar. So we have the Kratos bars, so they're about 10 foot long, but they're still a little bit different. The whip hits are differently on them as well. So I think I definitely need to get my hands on one and really go for it.
Pull over 700.
This is Oskar Ziólkowski making his opening attempt also
or 320
at 816.
You pull over 70 easily on that bar.
Yeah.
370 kilos here.
Even more with some training on it.
Yeah, definitely.
Just getting familiar with that.
It is just getting familiar with that lift.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
That is good for Oskar.
You can see with Oskar there, see how like the crown pops and then the weights kind of jiggle a little bit, and that can kind of pull you forward on your toes when it does that.
What do you do to compensate for that? Is it like just a further lean back? Or?
Lean back, but it's just being patient. So you can't pull on it too hard, because you pull it too hard, you're not going to be ready for it. It's just going to yank you forward.
I think that's what we saw with Inez. I think she absolutely could have lifted the 600 pounds. I think she went for, but she pulls it so fast off the floor that whip really does affect your lift. So it really does. You just got to be patient. It does suit a slower puller from the floor.
And I mentioned earlier, I used the word wedge, and people kind of laugh when I say that, but you just want to wedge yourself between the bar and the ground.
Yeah, definitely.
And then build that tension.
Yeah.
And especially for this bar.
It's a tough thing to do, especially if you're a really good deadlifter, but you have to kind of back down your deadlift a little bit off the ground to be patient, just push it, and then really lay into it once it's crowned and moving.
Because that flex is real.
It is. It is really whippy.
Well, Tom Evans is getting set to come out for his opening attempt at 826 pounds, making a 10-pound jump, going up to 375 kilos. Lucy, with one event remaining in the day now, what do you do to get ready for that frame carry?
So just going to have a little chill out now for an hour or so, and then I'll start warming up again and just get into my own little headspace. And I'm just here to enjoy myself and just see how I get on. And I really want to prove a point and have a good showing this weekend. So I just want to be here, enjoy myself, and then whatever happens, happens. So yeah, I think once I've had a warm up, I'll have a little run with a frame, and we'll just go from there.
I don't know how you can do much better than you just did with an event win. You're 1 for 1 here at the Arnold. It's an impressive performance.
Well, not just an event win, but was that also the world record elephant bar?
That was the elephant bar record.
Yeah, so there you go.
But with a good frame carry, you're potentially going in tomorrow with a big lead.
Yes, that would be ideal. If I can get a good showing on the frame carry, I think that will really help me out tomorrow. I've got the dumbbell press tomorrow is not one of my strongest events, and I know that. And I think so. I need to be on form for the other ones to make sure that I'm going to have a good finish at the end.
So get maximum points where you can.
Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly the game plan this weekend.
Well, Lucy, thank you so much for taking the time to do this. We'll let you get to your recovery, and
Thank you
good
so
luck
much.
the rest of the way. That was impressive to watch.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank
That
you.
was fantastic. Thank you for that moment.
And now Tom Evans up first here. And that is no problem. 375 kilos, 826 pounds.
Congratulations.
Big thanks to Lucy Underdown again for taking the time to do that. First appearance at the Arnold, event win, and a world record. As we are now through 4 men to make their opening lifts. Taking another look at Tom Evans. No problem whatsoever. We will get reset now for our next lifter. As we are joined at the desk by our good friend Rob Kearney. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great. How are we all doing?
Good. It's a little weird to not see you out there doing that patented deadlift hitch of yours.
It feels weird to not be doing it this weekend, but it's good to be on this side supporting all the athletes and seeing such a great turnout for the Strongman Classic yet again.
I can't believe this crowd. I mean, every year we come back and say, wow, it's packed, wow, it's packed. And Dr. Bill and I were just sitting here again, just marveling at the attendance here. I mean, what does this mean for the sport?
It's really just a testament to see how much the sport is growing over the past few years. To see crowds of thousands of fans coming in year after year, it's really just exciting to see the sport growing so much in such a really short amount of time, to see the support that these athletes get, because as we all know, hearing that crowd behind you when you're going for a max deadlift, that's a level of energy you really don't experience anywhere else.
Take a look at Arnold Schwarzenegger, and I mean, they had to add seats in this place, and we talked about them adding more at the top. They definitely pushed it forward here too. I mean, the fans are right on top of the action here.
When for the women's deadlift, they didn't need seats; they were all on their feet.
Yeah,
standing room only, not a bad place to be.
Yeah. No. Such energy, it's got to just feed an athlete.
Yeah, it's really great. Last year, I was fortunate enough to do this event and hit a pretty big deadlift, and when you hear that crowd roaring for you as that bar's coming off the ground, it really kicks into that next gear. I know Jerry's been there.
It raises your level as an athlete so much. Yeah, lifts you didn't know you were capable of, happen with ease.
Yeah, it's great.
Oleksii Novikov is going to be the next man out. He's going to open at 846. That's 384 kilos.
So what are your what are your anticipations about this event today for the men?
Looking at this event, I think it's really exciting. 9 out of the 11 athletes have done this event before. Only 2 haven't. And deadlifting on this bar is a different animal than a regular deadlift bar. So I think we're going to see those guys that have that experience on this deadlift bar use that to their advantage. But I will say, it's exciting to have Thor back in the lineup this year, the world record holder on this event, with a lot of guys that I think are still going to push that envelope to some pretty big deadlifts. You guys got guys like Evan Singleton, Bobby Thompson, Mitch Hooper, all guys here that can pull big deadlifts. So I think we're going to see a pretty competitive race up at the top.
Awesome.
$846 for Novikov is good.
That's a good lift for him.
He's somebody that plays to this bar so well. You know, he's the world record holder in the 18-inch deadlift, got that at World's Strongest Man a few years ago, and you can see him really pull that slack out of the bar and be patient off the floor. And that's something that really plays into his strengths on this bar. You know, with it being so long and so whippy, if you pull too fast, it's going to pull you out of position pretty quick. But really being able to be patient when you get that whip off that bar and you feel that flex, he really kind of stays in his technique and is really patient with that bar, and that makes a great lift for him.
Yeah, we were talking about that all day. It's, you can tell it just pulls people forward. It starts to shake. It might even, a couple of people even kind of tilted, a couple of women kind of tilted left and right. He just made that lift perfectly. That was great.
At the bar, you have to be patient off the floor. You have to almost back down your deadlift a little bit for off the floor, because like we will watch Oskar go a minute ago. He laid into it pretty hard, and it crowns and pops, and then it gets that shake. And if you're not prepared for it and you're not back, that shake will just pull you forward, and you're done.
You know, it's funny. You know, we're talking about we're talking about all the possible 1,000-pound deadlifts and records and all this stuff. I savor the those jockeying for points in the middle. That's always something that I really focus on that too, because in the end, those points are the points that might actually buoy somebody up into first or second.
Absolutely, and the crazy thing is those middle kind of placing deadlifts are still going to be in the low to mid 900-pound range.
Yeah, there's still going to be huge deadlifts, and there's going to be guys like Bobby Thompson that maybe we're not looking at of the overall, but he's going to take points away from a guy that is battling for overall.
Oh, Evan Singleton.
He still got time. He'll get it.
Didn't get credit for that one, but it looks so easy that he should be able to replicate that lift with no problem here as he gets himself locked in. And that's good too. So it's a 2-rep max.
He's like, oh well.
Evan is one of those guys I'll be interested to see how he progresses in this event. He is such a excitable lifter. He has so much great energy. But he is one of those people that with their deadlift typically relies off of that power and speed off the floor. So it's going to be interesting to see how he reacts with this bar when the weight starts getting heavy, right? 851 pounds. But when that weight really starts pushing some limits, is this technique going to affect him in a negative way?
When you refer to being patient, what exactly does that mean? What are you looking for from a lift when you can tell if someone's doing
so kind of what Rob's touching on there. So Evan is a very explosive. He likes to yank that bar off the floor, which on a regular bar, it kind of suits him, regular deadlift bar. This, it won't suit him. It will hurt him on this one. So unless he adjusts for that and kind of backs that down. So you really want to, like Dr. Bill's like wedge, you want to get really tight and push that weight off the floor and be patient. And once the plates are off the floor, then you can really lay into it. So you almost got like 2 speeds. You kind of lay into it enough to get it off the floor and then really lay into it to finish it. You can't start it really hard, because you can watch the guys that won. Like if you watch Oscar's, he laid into it hard, it crowned, and then once that last plate came off, it got a shake. And when it does that, it will yank you on your toes, and then you're out of the lift. You're not finishing it.
Mateusz Kieliszkowski coming out for his 2nd of 3 attempts. He's also going for...
This will be big for him.
Yeah, 856 actually. He's going to jump it up 5 pounds from where Singleton was, so 388 kilos. What would be an ideal placement for him in this event?
He's got his... I mean, obviously you want to win it, but...
Right.
But he's got
to
get as many points as he can, because he's potentially going to win frame. So he can't be last, which he's not going to be the last. But as many points as he can salvage closer to that at least middle of the pack will help him. That way he's not such a deficit when we go in that last event tomorrow.
And a big thing here too is making sure he's playing it smart. He doesn't want to use too much energy on an event he knows he's not going to win. Where we have 4 more big events coming up.
There we go.
And there it is, 856.
That's great.
It's good for Mateusz Kieliszkowski.
Really good for him.
Very nice. He's definitely improved.
Yeah, and I think the coolest thing in talking to him in the back is how excited he is to be back here. You can just feel his excitement, being back on this stage. But going back to it, with 4 big events, and most of which he can do very well in this weekend, like Jerry alluded to, he can win the frame coming up later today. And, we know he's a great stone lifter, and he has a lot of great things in his arsenal for this competition. Not losing too much energy on this lift is going to be huge to carry him throughout the weekend.
Yeah. This is his 8th appearance here at the Arnold Strongman Classic. His best finish was 2nd. That was last year.
And what last year did for him is help build his confidence again. I mean, you can see it in his eyes this year. He's finally got his confidence back. He's feeling better. He's not having little issues like he was having with sciatic and dealing with injuries and, kind of having that. He had so many bad injuries. It started affecting you. You got to put them out of your mind, but it's hard to do. It's hard to learn to trust your body again.
So this is Oskar, and he was last year's amateur champion. That's how he got his punched his ticket to come up on the big stage.
If you watch his last one, he laid into it really hard off the ground, and it crowned and then it shook. So we'll see if he adjusts in for this one.
Not able to quite get past that sticking point, and it's going to be it for Oskar.
You can see that bar get away from it a little bit too. With that deadlift, you really want to keep it tight against the shins, keep that bar really tight, making sure we're staying close to the body. Once he got it off the floor, you could see it floating away from him. Once, 856 pounds, if it's, an inch or so out of the groove of where it needs to be, that's going to be a tough way to go about that. And I like that he was smart. He didn't give it a second attempt. Kind of calling it right there, give it one good pull, and realize, you know what? It's not going to go if I try it again. Let's move on to the next event.
We're through 6 of the 11 men here.
Yeah, that's the other thing when you get, heavier for your top end, if you're not really tight at the bottom and get that push off, like him, he pulled on it and he pulled the crown. Well, all I did was rose his hips, and then he's not in a position to go any further with it.
Right. When does it ever benefit you on a deadlift to yank the bar off the floor? There might be, maybe a certain style with a stiff bar.
Yeah, if we're doing an axle deadlift or a stiff bar deadlift, having kind of that fast pull off the floor, but even our standard deadlift bars have a good amount of whip.
Yeah.
It really is like this elephant bar is just such a different style of deadlift just because of the way it's built in typical Rogue fitness fashion.
Now, does it have an advantage? Do you think there's an advantage
to
this bar?
This bar gets a misconception that it's an easier deadlift. This is not an easier deadlift.
No. That's why I asked that question, because I hear people say that all the time, like, oh, I want one of those so I can pull more weight. And I'm like, well, you might not want that bar.
No. Well, I think there's there's a lot of bars that are trying to imitate what the elephant bar is. There are a lot of longer deadlift bars that are coming out onto the market, but they are standard deadlift bar width. The elephant bar is a thicker bar, and it does just whip much differently. As somebody who has a pretty good deadlift myself, this event has always been tough for me because I also kind of lean into a faster pull off the floor, seeing as my weak point is at mid-knee.
And here is Martins Licis, his first competition since the 2022 Rogue Invitational. He is a champion of this event from 2022, and he is going to open at 861 pounds, 390 kilos for the Dragon.
Talk about a crowd favorite. Just the roar of the crowd behind us with Martins stepping up. And I think that's one of the most exciting things about this year, too, is the return of the Dragon and the return of Hafthor Bjornsson.
Yeah, they were really excited to see both of these guys back. Always crowd favorites.
First attempt for Licis.
Martins is a very methodical lifter. He breaks down every event, every lift.
I was just about to say, you look at the contrast between a lifter like Martins, who's so cerebral, and then a lifter like Evan Singleton, who lifts with emotion.
And that is good for the Dragon. Welcome back, Martins.
Great first lift for him.
That was.
Nice way to build some confidence back onto the competition floor as well.
That is, yeah.
And Martins is a lifter that he's hard to judge what he's going to do today because every lift's going to look about the same because he's going to put in enough effort because he's so methodical to just get that lift.
You're one to talk.
I just say, exactly.
Remember we watched him at Santa Monica, and 750, 950, it looked the same.
Yeah.
Same bar speed, everything.
Attempt number one good for Licis at 861.
An exciting thing about that deadlift was seeing how he accelerated as he got further into the pull. I think you see a lot of guys, they start to slow out near that lockout position, but once that bar hit that knees for Martins, he actually sped up the speed of that bar. So that's a great sign for him with the next few attempts coming up.
Well, while we get ready for Oleksii Novikov to come out, I just want to update you on a couple things. We saw Maxime Boudreault leave the floor, grab for his lat. That is officially a lat injury. He has not withdrawn yet. And Victoria Long, that is also a hamstring injury, and she has not withdrawn yet either. We'll keep an eye on that, but that's the official word on the injuries to those two athletes. As Oleksii Novikov is sizing up 866 pounds, 393 kilos.
You know, as a fan, not just as someone who's, talking about this, you want to see huge deadlifts, but on the same side, it does open up that idea that, you start off pretty fast.
Well, that's what I was saying earlier. It's cool to start with deadlift because that's potentially you can see your best chance for your biggest deadlifts, but you run the risk because everybody comes in dialed up to go after big lifts, and that it happens. Unfortunately, we hate to see it.
I think all of us know how much it taxes us too when we max out our deadlift. And to think this is the first of 5 events over the course of 2 days, it's not an easy thing to train for and prepare for.
Well, that was going to be my question. So given how much of a toll that max effort takes on you, how often do you train that?
Going into a show like this, you would see most athletes train sub-maximally, but obviously peaking into the show, which you're still lifting on occasion from 90 to 95% on a regular basis, really building that level of strength to come out here and pull out a big deadlift. So trying to make sure you're recovering properly, letting your central nervous system kind of recuperate in between big sessions. It's not an easy thing to manage because not only is the deadlift unbelievably heavy this weekend, so are the other 4 events that we have to go through. So really trying to manage that fatigue and really make sure that we're prioritizing the recovery in between each session is paramount to make sure that we get on the stage and athletes have a good performance.
Yeah, we were talking earlier about the CNS during the women's event, and I think that's something we really don't talk about. We always talk about, muscle power and all this, pure strength and stuff. I really think that, the deadlift, because speed is strength, and having your CNS over a period of time trained up to where you can actually recover and come back and recover and come back.
We're not just training just to get stronger. You have to condition your CNS to be able to take this. So you can do this, go in the frame, come back tomorrow. You have to condition that so that you train heavy every week to do this.
Well, I would actually go to say Jerry's probably one of the best to do it. In the peak of his career, I remember seeing videos of his deadlift and, every single week just putting more weight on the bar and consistently pulling over 900 pounds on a regular basis in training. It's not an easy thing to get to the point in your career where you can do that.
Specs for the elephant bar on your screen there in the lower left-hand part of the screen in case anybody is wondering the measurements on that, because we've obviously been talking a lot about the differences between that implement and your regular barbell that you might use during training.
I think also too, nerd alert, so there's points of carbon inside the steel, right? So Rogue went through a series of tests, not just for the diameter of the bar, but also for the points of carbon in the steel to allow for flex, to give you strength, because that flexibility actually comes at a cost. You don't want to have it where the bar is deformed. You want to have it to come back, but it can't be too stiff.
And now Oleksii Novikov is ready for his second of 3 attempts. 866 pounds, 393 kilos.
Good.
And that is good for Oleksii.
Nice lift.
Yeah, like Rob was saying, in his first lift, he utilizes that whip so well, that crown. He pulls, he's patient on it, and then he just sits back and lays into it. And in that narrow stance, really, he gets as much out of that crown as he can.
And it looked like his first lift.
Yep, looked good.
I mean, the other thing about him, too, he's always just got that extra deep down gear. A lot of guys do, but he just seems to have like an extra deep down gear sometimes.
Oleksii Novikov, who had a little bit of a delay there. There was a language issue as far as what the weight on the bar was, and they got that sorted. That was why we had that little bit of a delay there before Oleksii lifted, but he was able to get through it. He's 2 attempts in. He's got 1 remaining. Tom Evans will be the next man out. 876 pounds for him, 397 kilos.
Yeah, last year was his debut at the Arnold, and he looked great. Really strong finish.
Standings on the left side of your screen as we are through now 7 men to open up with Bjornsson, Thompson, Hooper, and Stoltman yet to get out on the floor.
So we're easing our way up to the 900-pound mark.
And still 4 guys haven't even had their first attempt yet. It's unbelievable.
Tom's a strength coach at University of Delaware. Oh!
Wow.
Wow.
There you go.
Wow.
Good recovery.
That is unbelievable.
That was a great fight.
Did that bar come back
Tom
down?
Evans.
It definitely, yeah.
He recovered
Well, you see where it
the bar.
shook. It pulled him forward, but he good recovery. He kept his hips in it.
He's a strong fella. That was pretty amazing, actually.
That's what we call a stubborn deadlift.
Yes. It's a fighter.
I can't imagine anything at that weight not being stubborn.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Clean up.
Let's take one more look at Tom Evans. We had a little bit of a nosebleed there. Not uncommon.
Also looked to get stuck on his neoprene shorts a little bit once he got it over the knees.
Definitely didn't help him.
That bar definitely went back down.
And you know, it's little things like that that a lot of people forget of how big of an impact they play on your deadlift. You know, something as simple as the bar getting stuck on his shorts, trying to lock out.
Wow.
You know, at 876 pounds, anything working against you is a really big thing.
Yeah, those should be rolled up a few inches, be out of the bar path.
It's one of the reasons why I always wore spandex when I competed. Easy to make the bar slide up. It wasn't going to get stuck on anything.
Yeah, the neoprene's too much.
Yeah, sometimes, I mean, you know, they're typically 1/4 inch thick.
Yeah.
So it sticks out just enough over the thigh where, you know, we talked about it earlier with Oscar's lift. You want to really be able to keep that bar close to your body as you're performing this lift. And, you know, when you get that bar over the knees, trying to keep it tight to the thighs to get into that lockout position. And as we saw there, once you got it over the knees, there's that little lip of the neoprene shorts that the bar got stuck on, and that's going to work against you in that lockout.
We're talking about the neurologic system. He just pretty much muscled that one out.
Yeah.
That was a muscle
Well,
up.
as a result, he's going to pass on his 3rd lift. Tom Evans will wind up with 876 pounds.
Well, that one probably hurt a little bit. Had to recover on that one.
Wow. But he got it.
Hey, got it. Good points.
Yeah.
Good points. Great points.
Looks like we're going to get reset here for Mateusz Kieliszkowski, who's going to come out for his 3rd and final lift at 886 pounds. It's 402 kilos.
This would be absolutely massive for Mateusz.
It really would.
Yeah, this would be huge points for him.
I don't think there's a person here just not yearning for him to pull this weight.
Absolutely.
Well,
let's see.
We always talk about damage control here, and why that's important is because he can hit home runs. He's been in 36 events here at the Arnold Strongman Classic. He's won 10.
Wow.
Yeah.
And these other 4 events are great events for him.
Yeah, it lines up great for him for the rest of the day, the rest of the weekend.
This lift right here is another make or break moment for Mateusz here at the Arnold. You know, I think in years past we've seen him take 1st or 2nd in nearly every single event, but finish near the bottom of the pack in the deadlift, and that costs him the overall placing in a contest.
2020 did just that. He placed 1st in 4 of the 5 events.
Exactly. You know, and with the level of athlete that we have at these competitions now, consistency across all events is the only way to get onto that podium. So this is really a big moment for Mateusz to come in, and if he can do this lift, it's going to put a lot of pressure on the other athletes, I think, where they thought they might have a little bit more room.
Yep. Yeah. Awesome.
He's already made 816 and 856. He's making a 30-pound jump
from
his last successful lift.
Come on now. I would really love to see this lift come up.
This crowd is on the edge of their seats.
This
Come
would
on
be
now.
amazing.
They got to be standing up soon.
Come on, you need this. Let's go.
That's the other thing. This crowd is educated. These folks know what they're watching.
They know how much this means to him right now.
Absolutely.
886 from Mateusz Kieliszkowski to close out event number 1.
Come on, Mateusz.
Come on.
Get it. Okay.
And not able to get it. The Mateusz Kieliszkowski,
Nailed down.
56.
But an improvement.
He's still in a better spot than he's been in years past.
Yes.
Very true.
You know, so that's not the end of the world, you know.
And if you look at the leaderboard this year, we have 11 athletes versus the typical 10.
Yeah.
Right? That's an extra point up for grabs in every single event as we go throughout the weekend.
Yeah.
Right? And those points add up, especially for a guy that typically, you know, places so high in every event. I mean, the next event we have today is where he has the world record.
Yeah.
You know, so it's I think, may not be the outcome he had wanted, but he can't be upset with that considering who was out before him and where it sets him up for the rest of the weekend.
Well, we were talking too, is, you know, we have a big, deep field, and so, you know, guys are going to put a lot of points between each other in some of these events. So there might be some surprising developments. That's the great part about all of this. We'll get, you know, someone who's maybe supposed to win an event or place higher, and then they don't quite pull it off, and you may get some other guys in between and make some other points.
Well, you're potentially going to have some, you know, guys that are good deadlifters that take some points away here, but not so good on frame or other events, you know, so.
Tom Stoltman is making his first appearance here in this event, 901 pounds. He's going to be the first of 3 men to lift this, as Evan Singleton and Oleksii Novikov also looking to hit 901 pounds after Stoltman. It's the opening lift for Tom.
Yeah, Tom's deadlift training's been going pretty good from what we've been seeing. So.
And Tom's pretty consistent, you know, good deadlifter, you know, so.
Yeah, we never see
easy
him.
lift.
We never see him go up and down really on his deadlift performance.
And that is good.
Nice.
Good.
He's kind of registering in his head that he's, you know, got a, you know, that flex kind of surprised him a little bit.
Yeah,
It looks like.
Pulled him forward just a little bit, but he recovered on it really well. He, you know, dropped his hips back and still finished it really well. So.
Just adds another layer of difficulty to this barbell, because not only do you have to get ready to deadlift 901 pounds, you have to think of the intricacies of like, okay, when is this whip going to kick in? When is this flex going to come off the, when is this, you know, the flex of the bar going to come off the floor? So playing into all those things while you're doing this lift isn't easy.
Yeah,
Well, from that angle, it's a pretty good deadlift, yeah. Pretty good pull. That's what Terry always talked about. You know, the thing about the Arnold, they make the events a little bit bigger, a little bit scarier.
Always.
You know, a little more, you know, visually appealing, in that it's something that you know that you're looking at something a little bit harder.
Yep.
Well, the T-Rex is back out. Evan Singleton for his second lift, making a 50-pound jump and getting slapped in the back.
Yeah, he got a Ric Flair chop on that
Whatever
one.
it takes, that is going to leave a mark. And Singleton rips that, no problem.
Great pull.
Wow.
I think Evan might be a crowd favorite here this weekend, just with the intensity that he brings out onto the floor.
He does.
Was a little bit slow in the lockout, though.
Yeah, a
And
little bit.
That's pretty typical of Evan's deadlift. He's always really fast off the floor, confident through that knee. That lockout tends to give him a little bit of trouble. So interested to see where he goes from here for his third attempt.
Well, very rarely do we show you the replay of what happened before the deadlift, but we're going to take one more look. Just look at the force at which this slap lands on Evan Singleton's back.
And
this is Nathan Payton standing behind with that cringe.
That's not a go get him, buddy, Pat. That is a full on.
The whole front row felt that.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Well, and that's Evan's coach, Adam Dirks, who was a World's Strongest Man competitor in 2018. So that's not just any old, small friend of his that's just giving him a smack.
Oleksii Novikov now will be out at 901 pounds, 409 kilos. This is his third and final attempt.
This could be great points for Oleksii.
Oh, yeah.
Massive for him.
Big pull. And without a suit.
Yeah.
Oh,
there
yes,
it is.
Finish
yes.
And Novikov has 901.
Yeah.
Good lift. Good lift.
Awesome. Great job.
Stayed true to his technique the entire time.
Yep.
Pulling that flex out of the bar, being patient through that midsection. Paid off for him today.
You got to be disciplined mentally, because on the big lifts, you want your hips will fly up, and you got to just stick with your guns. Stay where you are. Yep.
We are through now 5 men who have completed all of their lifts. Mitch Hooper, our defending champion, will be out next. He's going to go up to 906 pounds for his opening lift. We take another look at Oleksii Novikov.
Very good. Nice. Those are huge points.
Yeah, big points.
Yeah, there's some modification in the rules. No, no tight shorts, no undergarments that can actually give you a little more advantage. Certainly no lifting suits. He's gotten a lot out of lifting suits in the past, sometimes. So
yeah,
that's a big pull for him.
Novikov, Singleton, and Stoltman, all our current leaders at 901 pounds. Mitch Hooper is going to try to change that in his opening lift at 906, coming in once again as the defending champion, and did it with consistency. Didn't win a single event last year.
Yeah, he's been Mr. Consistent with everything. That's his strength, is being consistent.
He doesn't have a bad event. He's analytical with each of the events, takes a really great approach to them, and that really is what has given him one of the most amazing careers that we've seen in recent history in this sport.
A magic carpet ride.
That was good for Mitch Hooper.
Nice. He's a workman at some of these events. He just knows what he's got to get, and then he turns on the gas in other places. That's
a really big confidence boost for Mitch, too, because earlier in his prep for this competition, he actually strained his groin and wasn't able to do a full-length deadlift from the floor.
Wow.
Really at all leading in this entire prep. So to come out here, open up with 906, that's got to really feel good mentally going into the next few pulls.
Boost.
Take another look at Mitch Hooper.
Came off the ground pretty fast, actually, huh?
So smooth.
Came off well.
Oh. He took the flex out of the bar, and just once he got to that point, boom.
It's incredible to think that this guy has run 3 marathons.
And also a long drive champion in golf.
Yeah. Well,
yeah. And a bodybuilder.
I feel sorry for that golf ball. I think probably vaporized on impact.
Well, I thought that was amazing. There used to be an Olympic lifter back in the early 70s, Fred Lowe. And, late 60s up to Montreal in 76. And he would run marathons in between the Olympics.
Wow.
But to be a world's strongest man and that size, because Fred was like a 165-pound lifter, this is amazing.
It's the second attempt now for Tom Stoltman, 916 pounds, 415 kilos.
Nice.
And that is good for Tom.
That looked better than the first.
I was about to say, that was a better deadlift than his 906. So
why was that?
901. I think on the 901, we saw his hips come up a little bit quick halfway through the pull. It looked like a more consistent speed throughout the entire deadlift. I think he anticipated that whip, as Jerry kept saying. He anticipated that whip much better this time.
You think he set back a little more on it, too?
I think he was a little more patient. The first one, he yanked on it. It pulled his hips out. The bar even kind of shifted on him a little bit. That's what kind of created a little bit of that shake. So he adjusted a few things he needed to, and that one was really solid. And it's always something to be said for getting that first one out of the way. Out there on the platform, in front of the crowd, on that bar you're lifting on, you know, it's all that kind of stuff comes to play.
We've already seen the return of the Dragon. We are about to see the return of the Mountain. Hafthor Bjornsson is going to be up next, opening up at 926 pounds.
Just massive. I mean, and I think coming in, obviously as the world record holder on this event, that's got to make him feel good coming back to competition with this being the first event he steps back onto the stage with.
Right. Yep. 420 kilos to open up.
I think his training went so well that his confidence coming to this event is very high.
Yeah, and just like the rate at which he puts size on is just unbelievable.
It's impressive.
And looking at this crowd, everybody is standing up.
He just got such a massive frame.
To salute the Mountain, 3-time Arnold Classic champion.
He told me he's been really relaxed. You know, what happens, happens. He knows he's done everything he can.
We talked about Mateusz's winning percentage, having won 10 of 36 events here at the Arnold Strongman Classic. Hafthor's won 12 of the 45 he's been in, so guy who can hit a ton of home runs here as well.
Well, Hafthor says what happens, happens. Hafthor's here to win.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. No question about that.
Arnold Schwarzenegger looking on as Hafthor Bjornsson. First attempt, 420 kilos, 926 pounds.
Easy.
I'd say he's back.
Unbelievable.
Nice, easy warm-up.
Yeah.
Game on. Let's go.
Yep.
Let's roll it.
Flip the switch and time to go. It also doesn't hurt when you have all those Icelandic men screaming at you from the sidelines.
Yeah.
Commissar.
No idea what they're saying, but it sounds motivating.
Yeah,
you know?
I get jacked up for it. So.
It also kind of throws the competitors off sometimes. You know, years ago at a strongman competition, and the Icelanders get around, you know, one of the other Icelanders, everybody's like, this is like, it's like, it's not one guy, it's like 5 guys.
Yeah.
You know, they do. They have that, their word, come on, commissar.
Well, Martins Licis is going to be up next at 936. This will be his second attempt. That's 425 kilos about. One more look at, wow, 926. No big deal for the Mountain.
You know, you see that, and it makes sense that he holds a world record in this event.
That's like a broomstick.
That's there.
That's awesome. Very good. Wow.
I don't think I could lift that with 2 of my friends.
Yeah. Well, you know, talking about Icelandic and a deadlift, the famous Jan Paul Sigmarsson quote, "Why be alive if you can't do the deadlift?" And then the other famous one, "Detta räcker mal för Jan Paul." Hope my Icelandic friends aren't laughing at me now. But it's no haul for John Paul. They televise powerlifting contests in the evening in Iceland.
That's amazing.
Isn't that great?
Just built into their culture.
It does.
Yeah, it really is impressive the way strength is looked at over there. You know, it's just part of their culture.
Okay, the pace has been set. Let's see what he does.
936 from Martins, his second attempt.
Martins.
Wow.
The only man who hasn't lifted is Bobby Thompson.
That's interesting, too.
Yeah.
Bobby's feeling very confident about the deadlift today.
Yeah, he just pulled a big PR in training.
Yep.
He's feeling good. Let's go, Martins. Let's see it.
So methodical. Everything's the same every single attempt.
Everything.
Here goes the Dragon.
Oh, finish it.
Oh, unable to get there is Martins Licis.
He's contemplating. What do I do?
And now Martins is done at 936. Now he will have the option to rest and come back out and try this again?
That's if you're going to try it again, that's what I would do. I would just reach back down and try to, But that was a lot of energy.
Got to a tough point of the deadlift. I mean, right below the knee, especially with this bar, all that weight has just come off the ground. You're starting to feel that flex. It's starting to bounce a little bit, right? You get some shake in the bar at that point in the deadlift as well. And if it's not there to really push through that sticking point, you see what just happened, and he gets stuck.
Well, if he doesn't make that next attempt and hit that weight, he would wind up with a score of 861, which unofficially would put him in 9th place in the event.
It's a tough spot to be.
Yeah.
Well, you get it kind of stuck at the knees, and you're seeing it. We're talking about CNS again. It's firing, and you're recruiting all those muscle fibers. What's left after that? It's kind of hard.
It's a tough spot because when you get stuck there, especially if the hips rose a little bit, it's a lot of strain on the hamstrings. That's probably where you're stuck because they just won't go anymore. And the longer you stay there, that longer that strain kind of sits in there. So it's tough to come back and get another one. Not that it can't be done, but it's tough.
Well, Licis is going to pass on 936, but is going to jump up for his next lift at 951. That's what I'm hearing, is that's going to be his third and final attempt at 951, which means Mitch Hooper will be next out at 941 pounds. That's about 427 kilos. So Licis not done yet.
I think probably Martins, being methodical the way he is, give himself a little more time. He's going up in weight, but he'll give himself more time to trying to follow himself back out there with just a 2-minute rest.
And I know Martins is he's a very seasoned lifter, but seeing him make an 80-pound jump between 2 attempts is a little bit interesting.
That was a really big jump.
Yeah.
Well, Mitch Hooper's going to go up 35 pounds now to 941. Hit 906 on his opening attempt. About 427 kilos here for the Moose.
970, I believe, last year. So he's probably good for this. Yeah.
And that is good for Mitch Hooper.
Easy pull.
Again, super patient once that bar came off the floor.
Yeah, he lets that thing kind of pop, waits and then lays into it.
Well, that's what we're talking about. Just not letting that leader get ahead of him. Comes out of this in 2nd place, or
in a good spot.
3rd place, he's in a great spot.
Evan Singleton will be out next. He's also going to go for 941, and we'll see how many people slap him in the back to get him fired up for this. Might have to bring a baseball bat out here.
It might actually be Ric Flair behind him next time.
We're going up a weight. We got to crank up the slap too, right?
Yeah.
Mitch Hooper, that looked a lot like his first one.
Yeah. Nice.
'23 Arnold Classic champion. And now here's the T-Rex Evan Singleton.
Gives a slap.
Here it comes.
Oh, gosh.
Echoing through the arena.
Oh, man. 941 now for the T-Rex.
Come on. Translate it. Yeah.
Nice.
Big lockout.
Finish.
And Singleton has it.
Wow. You got to love it. Oh, man.
That's huge points for Evan.
That's huge. That's
941 right now is
going to put him in a good spot.
tied for the lead.
And this is a guy that he has good grip. He can move really well. He's got a great overhead press. If he can really control this throughout the weekend, I think he's gonna annoy a lot of the guys that thought they were gonna come in here and be on that podium.
Oh, exactly. He's good at carries. It's one of the things he loves. And we haven't seen him go up that ramp yet. So,
and there's a slap one more time. Oh, man.
I think we can feel it over here.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, they did echo. We have headsets on, and I could still hear the natural sound coming in.
I wonder how his coach's hand feels after giving a slap.
I know, right?
Man.
If you see him in a cast tomorrow, you know what happened.
Well, Tom Stoltman is going to be out next. He's also going to go for 941. This is going to be his 3rd and final attempt as well. This to match Singleton.
He's got it.
Good job.
Finish it.
Finish.
Oh.
Yeah. Pulled his hips up at the start, just enough.
Oh, boy.
And right at that mid-knee, that's where we saw it the past 2 times, that his hips jumped up a little bit more.
Yeah.
When those hips start rising faster than the bar speed, that's where you start getting into trouble, because the shoulders stay over the bar a little bit too long.
Yeah.
You can't engage those glutes as strong as you want to get you to that lockout position.
Yeah, that's smart.
Stoltman is done. His best lift will be 916 pounds. Now 4 men remain here, and we still have yet to see Bobby Thompson come
out. Yeah, we still haven't seen Bobby.
Yeah.
941, the best lift that we have seen from Singleton and Hooper.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm having a good time. This is awesome. I love this.
It's a great way to start the competition.
How can you not get excited with a big deadlift, right?
Right.
You gotta love deadlift day, right?
And
We talk about
Martins
red meat.
Licis is coming out next. He didn't hit 936. He's going to attempt 951. And Jerry, as you said, probably a strategy to give himself some more rest. That's 431 kilos.
Yeah, and, and Martins is an athlete that will pull out these kind of lifts. That you're sometimes going, what was he thinking? Going up or what? And he'll pull it off. Because it gets down to he has to have this.
I think, this is the make or break lift for him right now.
Yeah, because this could ruin his weekend if not.
Yeah, as we were talking earlier, you're not going to win it today, but you can put yourself in a big enough hole to where
definitely lose it.
Yeah.
That would catapult him up. I mean, no question.
Big.
Because again, right now, unofficially, if Licis doesn't hit this, he's going to finish towards the bottom, probably 9th in the event.
And that bar is so weird, on the way it feels and reacts. So we can look and try to guess as much as we can, but if he felt something like, it floated this way, or if I'd have done this or adjusted that, that's where I was off. He's good. He makes those adjustments. He's
make
good.
that change,
And make that 8th place is Maxime Boudreault, who would finish 12th. He didn't have a successful lifted. Maxime has that lat injury. We're waiting to hear what his status for the rest of the competition will be. So here comes Licis at 951. This is going to be it for him. 3rd and final attempt.
Let's see it. Come on, Martins.
Need this crowd to get behind him for this one. This is a big lift. Big
Everybody's on their
for
feet.
Martins.
Let's see it. They know he needs this.
Here goes the Dragon at 951.
There it is.
Nope.
Not going to happen.
No. That thing is just glued to the ground.
He just took too much out of him on that first go at it.
861 is going to be Martins Licis' final score, and he will have a hole to dig himself out of. Right now, 8th place in the event.
Well, Martins is good at frame carry, so I mean,
he's good at frame carry. He's great at stones.
Yeah, so I mean, he can do it. He just made it more difficult on himself now.
Mitch Hooper is going to be the next man out to close out his competition, and that will leave just Hafthor, Bjornsson, and Bobby Thompson remaining, and Thompson has yet to lift.
Wow.
Have to wonder, is Bobby trying to play mind games with Thor a little bit? Yeah. Trying to see if he's going to push him for that record.
It's one of the things you can put yourself a little bit of a gamble.
Big time.
If something goes wrong in this first lift, and man, you wasted it. Always a little gamble, letting it ride on one
High
lift.
risk, big reward.
Yep.
Hooper getting ready for 951 here. His final attempt, 431 kilos. Thompson's going to be out next at 461, and then Hafthor will be after that at 1,006. And here goes the Moose at 951, and that is good.
Yes. There we go.
I love how Mitch is playing this. He sees what the other guys are doing. He knows what he has to do throughout the weekend, and he's doing just enough to put in some good work, get himself some good points, and secure his spot near the top of the leaderboard.
sometimes really good professional strongman looks a little boring. And it's that game. It's that you're playing the game in the game.
But worse, he's going to finish third right now.
Well, yeah, he's got himself as many points as he can possibly here. You know, if he knows, why chase Thor? Let him have it. You know, why chase Bobby? Let him have it. I'll take third and be happy here.
Yep, and that's after, you know, you were saying he was having a little bit of an issue. So if he can actually stretch it out a little bit, and, you know, third place is not a bad result.
Well, for him to come in and deadlift 951 pounds on the event he was most concerned about his performance on, I'd say he's setting himself up pretty good for the rest of the weekend.
Right, here comes Bobby Thompson for the first time. He's going to open up at 961 pounds, 435 kilos for the American Nightmare, who finished on the podium here the last 2 times he has been at the Arnold Strongman Classic. Third place in 2023 and in 2022.
This is a big opener. As being just a few weeks ago, he posted he did like a 950 raw PR.
This is a big deadlift.
So to go 11 pounds over that for an opener.
For an opener.
That's...
And that is good for Thompson.
Good.
Here we go.
The race is on.
Okay, so is he going to watch Hafthor take an attempt? Or is he going to?
I mean, it's going to depend on how that felt for him. Right?
Yeah.
You know, we have to realize that's going to be at least a 45-pound jump for him to match Hafthor.
Right. And I think he finished last year at 985 for the win.
Yep.
Yeah, 980.
980 for the win. So this is, you know, he's pushing top shelf for himself.
Thor Björnsson and Bobby Thompson are the 2 men remaining. Hafthor is getting set to make his second attempt. 1,006 pounds, 456 kilos for the mountain.
First time we've seen over 1,000-pound deadlift here at the Arnold in a couple of years, so this is going to be exciting.
Since Hafthor did it in 2020.
Since 20.
Yeah. I mean, it was a solid lift, but it didn't look like it jumped off the ground. But
I don't know that he's got 40 pounds more.
Definitely not as convincing as Hafthor's first pull.
No.
I think anytime anybody lifts that much weight, you, regardless of how it goes up, you just say good lift.
Oh, you say great
lift.
lift.
Great lift. But if you're looking, that's an opener. So if you're looking at, you know, second and thirds, yeah, I don't know how much more he's got.
Bobby Thompson is done. So he's going to.
I was just going to say that.
961.
Secure second place.
And at the very worst, he's going to do second place.
Yeah.
So now Hafthor is going to come out and lift for the win.
Right. Right. Give everybody, we talk, you know, I like to use this term, like red meat. The crowd just goes crazy, you know. They want to see 1,000 pounds. Just special. Just special. Every time you see it, you go like, wow.
This is another one that's a big gamble, though, because
he didn't need this.
He doesn't need it.
Yeah, and all the energy he's putting into it.
He only needs 965.
Yeah,
you know,
and all this energy he puts into it.
Yeah.
Well, maybe he just had this, you know, knowing Hafthor, he's just got this number in his head, and he just says, "I'm good for it. I'm just going to go out and do it."
And you could just see how calm he is out on the floor before deadlifting, about to deadlift 1,000 pounds.
Well, he's so confident from what his training's been that, you know, that this is going to happen easily.
He knows it's there.
If he hits it, it would be his 13th career event win here out of 46.
Events. That means he's been here a long time.
Making his 10th appearance.
Amazing.
Now lifting for the win in his return to the Arnold Strongman Classic. 1,006 pounds.
Look at that crowd.
Even Arnold's on his feet right now.
456 kilos for the mountain.
I have a feeling this is going to be pretty convincing.
Yeah. Based on the last lift, I mean, this is, it looks pretty good.
for the win. What else did you expect? Hafthor Bjornsson is back.
You know, as somebody that's still competing, I'm still such a fan of this sport. And to be able to watch that is so cool.
Anybody that doubted it,
that was.
This feels amazing to do this here in front of you guys. You guys are awesome. I just want to say before I leave, Kelsey, Morgan Hansen, my wife, Stoltman, Magne, Tess, I love you guys.
The mountain is back! Your winner in the Elephant Bar Deadlift!
Absolutely amazing.
That's great.
We still have 4 events remaining, and if they are half as entertaining as that, this is going to be one to remember.
Amazing start. Amazing start to the day.
I think looking at this lineup, I think this is exactly what we were expecting from this competition this weekend, though.
Right.
But how about Bobby Thompson, who finishes second with just 1 lift?
Hey, great strategy for him, right?
Saved a lot of energy.
One lift, he goes into the frame nice and fresh. Yeah. He's going to feel better tomorrow morning.
Yeah, and I think he knows, you know, we have an event today that hasn't typically played to his strengths. While he's a great deadlifter, this event has plagued him in the past. So, as you both mentioned, you know, saving some of that energy, hitting a number he knows he can get that's going to get him good points on the leaderboard.
Right.
Going into an event where he'll go, you know, kind of far down on the list of competitors, you know, in the ranking. I think it was a smart play by him to only do that 1 rep and then come out later today for the frame carry.
Hafthor Bjornsson, 1,006 pounds, picks up the event win, the 13th of his career here at the Arnold Strongman Classic. Bobby Thompson is going to finish second unofficially, and then Mitch Hooper, just doing what Mitch Hooper does, looking like he's going to wind up with a 3rd.
Just a statement of consistency across his entire career.
But probably the biggest surprise, Martins Licis at 861.
That's the biggest surprise of the day. I mean, we knew Martins wouldn't be up probably in the top maybe 2 at deadlift, but definitely thought he'd be top 5.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's a big shock.
And these are all unofficial right now, but it looks like Licis will finish in 8th place in the event.
That puts Mateusz even better.
It does.
Yeah.
That helps Mateusz out even more. That's another point that we didn't expect.
Again, unofficial here. Mitchell Hooper, as we mentioned, in 3rd. Mateusz Kieliszkowski is going to take 9th. And Licis down there in 8th place.
Oh, I didn't quite get Licis here.
And Oleksii Novikov in 6th, too, a great result for him.
Wouldn't have called that one.
Just also amazing to look at leaderboard and realize a 900-pound deadlift only gets you 6th place at the Arnold Strongman Classic.
Ouch.
816 got him 10th.
What we're waiting on here and why everybody is still seated, well, standing, is that Hafthor Bjornsson still has another lift. He could take another lift.
That world record might be looking pretty good today.
Yeah, I mean, he pulled that really well. I mean, does he have a legitimate shot? Does he? But what would they gain him? He's back to compete. You know, the crowd's chanting for it.
How much he wants to have that, to break that world record again, you know? What's more important, the overall or that record, you know?
You know, I think he's already cemented himself as one of the best deadlifters in history.
Really, really would like to break my world record today, but I feel like the smartest move is to just call this right now.
Absolutely. Win the whole thing.
You know, I'm looking at the big picture. I wanna win this competition. I wanna go out of this competition injury-free. That's my goal.
Veteran move.
But I just want to thank you guys. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much.
Well, he is back. The mountain is back. He's already won the first competition, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to reset. When we come back, it'll be the timber carry with the women. But one more time for the men.
Discretion is the better part of valor, and Hafthor Bjornsson deciding that I've already got the win. No need to push this thing. But look, the way that he was lifting, there was a realistic chance of him breaking that if you put that weight on the bar.
No question. I think he really, he had a shot, but what would he really gain from it? I mean, there's not a cash prize on a big lift like that, like sometimes in the past. And also, I guess the other bigger one is like, save your energy. What would you do?
Save your energy, but also he's not going to get any more points on the leaderboard. Yeah. That 1,006 got him first place. Whether he breaks a world record or not, he's still going to get first place. So why throw an extra 20 to 30 pounds on that bar to break a world record? Well, yes, records are great. I like his move on saving his energy, going into the timber carry, saving his energy for the rest of the week to try to come back after, this being his first competition back in a few years. To push for that win is something really impressive that we don't see too often.
That would be really impressive for him to take that time off and then come back at the biggest stage in the sport and win the whole thing. We still have a lot that needs to happen between now and then, though, but Hafthor Bjornsson starts off with an event win, and we will get to talk to him during the women's frame carry event that kicks off here in about 35 minutes. So event number 2 coming up a little bit later. It is the frame carry, but so far, other than Martins Licis, I think, with the surprise there on the deadlift, things playing out more or less as we expected on the men's side.
Yeah, I think so. It aside from, maybe Martins, as you said, we knew Hafthor was going to have a big pull. We knew Bobby would be right up there. And then Mitchell Hooper does what he does. Yeah. He doesn't let the pack get away from him. He stays right in there. This is going to be what's the next event going to be? What's the next event going to be? How's he going to play that out? But then there's Mateusz. Mateusz had that, a pretty good result for him, actually. And there's some slippery points inside of that because Martins is going to roar back and climb past a lot of those guys in this next event. And then he'll, drag Mateusz right up with him. So I think this is a little more open than it looks for him.
I think this is the fun part about Strongman at this level, too, because we start to see how much of a game it really is. We saw it with the jockeying for position on the deadlift, but now going to the next few events, looking at the strengths and weaknesses of each of these athletes on the leaderboard. We got guys like Evan Singleton, who we've consistently seen great grip from in competitions, but he's never done this frame carry, never gone up this ramp. So what does that mean for him? Is he able to overcome that, or where does it put him on the leaderboard? A lot of these guys have experience on this event, but again, starting off the show with a max deadlift, a lot can happen physically, emotionally. There's a lot that plays into it to how they're going to feel going into this frame carry. Because essentially, again, this frame carry is it's a big deadlift, right? It's another deadlift that we're going 2 back-to-back heavy carries in. So it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out.
And you saw Mateusz down there in 9th place, but this next event is one that he can absolutely crush. And a lot of guys in front of him, they're not looking forward to that.
No, it's going to shake up things a lot, because we look for Mateusz to potentially win it. Like Rob was saying, not traditionally a great event for Bobby, so Bobby could be, they could swap. Martins is usually pretty good at frames, so that can move him back up. So we're going to see some shifting around here. And then we got wild cards like Evan. Yeah. Evan, we don't know what's going to do on this.
Got to get yourself in position here after these 2 events to have a chance on Sunday. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, action will resume with the women's competition, the frame carry, coming up in a little bit. Rob, thanks so much for hanging out. It's always a pleasure having you up here.
Thank you.
So take a break. We'll come right back here in about 30 minutes and get you set for event number 2, the frame carry, as our coverage of the Arnold Strongman Classic continues. Action continues here on the opening day of competition for the Arnold Strongwoman Classic from the Greater Columbus Convention Center in Columbus, Ohio. Glad you are with us, everybody, as we roll on to event number 2 of 5. It is the timber carry. Welcome you inside the convention center here on our Rogue Iron Game set. I'm Sean Woodland with Dr. Bill Crawford and Kristen Rhodes. And that is the implement that awaits the competitors as we close out day number 1 of competition. What stood out to you the most about that incredible opening event that we saw earlier today?
We were just talking about it. I think you have to say that the applause and the attention was equal for the men and the women.
Yeah.
So women strong, the strong women are here, and it's a staple.
I'd have to agree with you, and to turn around and see that huge crowd, like literally here for the women, I mean, they want to see it. They're here to see this. They want to see them perform, and it's really exciting to see.
Yeah, there was
not Arnold's response.
An empty seat in this place. It has been jam-packed from the start. Let's take a look at the overall standings after that first event, and it was Lucy Underdown who picked up her first career event win and her first appearance here at the Arnold Strongman Classic. She picks up 12 points. Andrea Thompson currently sits in second place. Victoria Long suffered a hamstring injury and unfortunately has had to withdraw. We will have a new champion, and we are sad to hear that about Victoria Long. Unfortunate that happened to her in that opening event. So she has officially withdrawn. The business at hand is the timber frame carry, 30-second time limit, 590 pounds for the women here. Kristen, what are the keys to success for an event that is extremely fast if you're good at it?
Yeah, I mean, in this event, really smooth as fast, and you have to the grip, you have to, when you set up, you really have to deep set your hands, get your hands under, and just get locked in. And because you're going up the ramp, you really have to also watch, not only do you have good grip, you have to watch the lean, because if you take off too fast and the front of that frame hits the ramp, you're dropping it. And, last year we saw so many women, I think all of them completed it within just a few seconds of each other. You can't mess up. There's no mistakes, no drops. Like, you have to be on it.
The other, every time I watch this event, it's kind of amazing. You're walking up this ramp. You're exactly right. If you hit that ramp with the front of that frame and you drop it, it is unbelievably hard to pick it back up, and you pay a lot of energy to make that second pickup and keep things rolling.
Yeah. And if you bump it and you go off balance, I mean, there's just so many factors. You need to keep it as smooth as possible. So, and these women are fast. They're
very fast.
Yeah.
But it's super exciting when they get to the top, and it's just a wonderful thing. And then you're standing up on top of the platform and you're looking out over the crowd. Unbelievable feeling, I'm sure.
Well, the athletes will go in reverse order of the standings. So Sam Belliveau will be out first.
And Sam had a good sequence on the deadlift also.
Belliveau making her second appearance here at the Arnold Strongwoman Classic. She finished 7th last year.
Yeah, amazing.
Out of Thunder Bay, Ontario.
Come on, Sam.
She's really setting her hands.
And here goes Sam Belliveau.
And one thing to note, this frame is about 80 pounds heavier than it was last year. So we're going to see some drops. We're going to see some slower times.
Good movement to start.
When you get to that incline portion of the track, how does that affect the way you have to pick this thing up?
It's harder.
It's got to be harder. I haven't tried this. He might know.
Yeah, if you drop it, it's really difficult to get that back up.
And the energy expenditure that you have to put into it.
Sam Belliveau is done, was able to move it, so we'll have to wait on the official distance for her. And we are one competitor down. And joining us at the desk, the man who just put on a show in his triumphant return to the Arnold Strongman Classic, Hafthor Bjornsson. Congratulations on that performance. You addressed the crowd. You talked about maybe going after your record. If you had done it, do you think you would have gotten it?
Absolutely. 1006 felt really good. I surprised myself, and I truly believe I will broke my world record today. But I gotta be smart. I gotta look at this, long term, and I want to go through this competition injury-free, and hopefully, win it. That's always my goal, to win competitions, and to do so, you gotta be smart as well.
And you've been here plenty of times. You know what this atmosphere is like. But what was it like to step back out after your time away and to see this crowd and the reception that you got?
I miss this. Yeah. It's so amazing to be here again, and I was just telling my friends earlier, I'm not going anywhere. I love this. This is where I belong.
I mean, the crowd is big and it's energetic right now. I mean, it feels as good as it's ever been, or maybe better. I think
Yeah, the crowd's amazing, and when you see the crowd, it really gives you that extra push, that you need.
So how do you feel about your frame?
I feel actually really good for the frame. Training has been going very well. I've done the distance with the competition weight in training, so should go well.
Well, here goes Rebecca Roberts on her first attempt. Roberts moving well.
So quick.
Wow.
And Rebecca Roberts is going to make it to the top. In under, it looks like 10 seconds. We'll have to wait for the official mark there, but what an effort from Rebecca Roberts.
She looks really happy after that deadlift.
Yeah,
very happy to come back and do so well.
Wonder Woman sprinting up that track.
That was really good.
As we await her final time, Hafthor, what did the time away from the sport do for your passion to train and come back and compete?
Yeah, that's why I came back, for the love I have for the sport. I just truly believe, I just truly enjoy training. I love competing, and that's really the reason why I'm back. I missed this, and just coming back, it's amazing. I can't really put words to it. It's just, I belong here. That's the right answer. I just truly believe I belong in this sport. A bit longer at least.
you told me that you feel pretty relaxed, and that's gotta. You're relaxed. Your preparation's been good. The other guys should be scared, but also, I mean, at your age, you still have several really strong years to come.
Absolutely. I've been feeling really relaxed, almost too scared relaxed, but I didn't sleep the best last night, and I think that's the stress kicking in. I think stress is a good thing. It just means that you truly you care, you want to do well, and that's a normal thing to feel stressed.
Right.
Even though I've been doing this for more than 10 years,
right.
I still get stressed.
Yeah.
Even though some don't admit it, I still the nerves kick in every single time.
Well, it's great to see you back as a returning champion. I mean, last time you were here, you won, and you're back to do it again.
Yeah, I'm at least gonna do my absolute best, and if that's enough, I'll be happy. If that's all I can do, is to do my best.
Perfect.
Thank you, guys.
And here comes Donna Moore.
It's been great seeing you back, and good luck with this next event.
Thank you so much, guys. It's great touching you guys. We'll talk soon.
Yeah, thank you, Hafthor. Good
luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Donna Moore is going to be up next as Thor Björnsson is walking off the set here, and we'll get set for his version of this event. And here goes Donna Moore, who won this competition in 2018. Making her 5th appearance at the Arnold Strongman Classic. Moore, which is a handful of seconds left, and now starting to limp a little bit.
Limp a little bit there, huh? That was 2 picks. I think the strain of lifting that on the angle and the ramp, that's a lot.
Hopefully that is not something that's going to keep her out of the competition. And Donna Moore, we'll have to see how that compares to Sam Bellivau's distance. So Rebecca Roberts, after 3 competitors, is the only woman to get to the top. Her official score 9 seconds, .53. Joining us now, Magnus Vermagnusson. Magnus, thanks for doing this. How you doing?
Hey, I'm pretty good.
What's it like for you as someone who is a pioneer of the sport to now see where it is today, not only with the crowd, but just the level of ability that we have with these athletes?
Well, the thing is, I've been around, I've seen this sport grow, get bigger, and the biggest thing is the women that have come into the sport. With what they are doing and what they are achieving just blows my mind.
Right.
Years ago, I would never ever believed I would see women do these weights.
We were talking earlier about a 700-pound deadlift for women. Like, who would have ever thought we would have seen something like that?
Well, I was there when
she did it.
Lucy Underdown did that record, and that was something else.
Well, half the athletes actually, half the women actually deadlifted over 600 pounds.
Oh,
half.
Absolutely.
Six of them.
It's just, like I said, it just blows my mind, and it just shows you what the human body is capable. You think every year you come to the Arnolds, you've pushed the athletes to their absolute maximum limits. Come back next year, and you can push them further. It's just amazing. When are we going to get to that limit, the max that you can? When I started out, I would never have believed somebody would pull a 500-kilo deadlift.
Right.
So.
Yes.
Erin Murray is our fourth competitor out. Rebecca Roberts, so far of the first three women to go, is the only woman who's gotten to the top inside the 30-second time cap. And here goes Erin Murray.
Oh.
Got off to a really good start. That's her first drop.
That is so much energy to have to pick that up on that slope.
Incline.
The thing is, when you pick it up after you've gone off the higher pedestal, it's a deeper pick.
Right.
Which makes it
That is
even
a good
harder.
point. We didn't think about that. Yeah.
It's about
And now you're on an angle as well.
68 kilos, 590 pounds, and Erin Murray is now going to call it.
Right after a deadlift, it's
when you have to wonder how much doing the deadlift right before this did that affect them on this frame carry today.
I think
essentially they're both, this is essentially another deadlift.
Yeah, I think it's got a lot to do with it, probably.
And we went up 80 pounds from last year.
80 pounds, absolutely.
Yeah,
but everybody was running up the ramp, so like Magnus said, you have to push it up. Keep going.
Yeah, you gotta position your hands right. So you want to have it in the right balance. And plus, you gotta have a seriously strong grip.
We talk about outrunning your grip on like a farmer's walk. It's more than that on this one, because the ramp's only just so long. You just hang on for dear life and just move your feet as fast as you can to try to, every step is another foot away from hanging onto that bar.
Well, it's a lot of weight. And the faster you can move with it, the faster you can get to the end of it, the shorter time it's in your hands.
Right. You have to outrun that grip. But the other one is that, as we were talking, you can't just take off because the front of that frame hits that ramp and you drop.
Well, some of the things, if your hands are not right positioned and you take off really fast and it tilts forward, it can hit and it can throw you off.
Right. Yeah. It's kind of controlling that. You want to be like a little bit more smooth, but at the same side, you're thinking the faster I go, the less time I have to hang on to it.
Yeah, actually, but you got to be kind of careful. You got to take off kind of smoothly and then try to accelerate.
And you've seen this frame carry just about from the beginning of when it started, and see the progression of. It's still a very valid event. I think we've had it just about every year at the Arnold, and it's such a unique event, and it's an event that's almost a signature of the Arnold Strongman, but it's always challenging.
Oh, every time, you never see all the athletes finish it.
Yeah. Right.
And I've never seen that. I've even seen it, like maybe two guys finishing it. I've seen that.
Yep.
So it's a really grueling event. You only got 30 seconds to complete it, but that time, you gotta be fast.
That's true.
Here goes Angelica Jardine. Fifth woman to go here. Only Rebecca Roberts has gotten to the top, and Jardine is making some good progress here.
Hold on, keep going.
Come on.
Still has a good chance. 20 seconds to get there. 30-second time cap here for Jardine. And you can see how close she is to the top. Less than 10 to go.
Come on now.
And Jardine has done it. Inside the 30-second time cap, just the second woman to get to the top inside that allotted time. Looking to move herself up the overall standings. She comes in 8th place overall.
And that was just pure grit. You get so close to the end, and you're just so focused on that end line, and you just do whatever you have to at that point to make it.
Well, that's something else we talk about. We have all this technique and stuff we're talking about, but then it turns into, you know, your greatest muscle, your mind.
Yep.
And Kristen, she got off to a fantastic start here.
She did, and I thought she was going to go on all the way up, but you can see the frame kind of like starts tilting a little bit, and you know that's causing the drops.
Maybe that was a little bit of hand placement or just the speed of how she was walking.
I think it had to do with her grip, actually.
Yep.
Yeah.
Pretty much. But also, when it tilts like that, it actually makes it a bit harder on your grip.
Then it comes out.
Great start for Jardine. That was
that's where it tilted one time.
The first drop.
Then it rocked back, and then it rocked forward again. That's it.
Still a really, really solid effort.
Well, you know, only the second person to finish.
Yeah.
We're waiting on her official time, but we do know she got inside that 30-second time cap. It was right around 28.
Yeah, those are going to be some big points for her.
As Inez Carrasquillo should be up next. The 27.42 seconds for Jardine. As just 2 women who have gone out of the 5 have gotten to the top. Rebecca Roberts still your leader at 9.53 seconds, which right now is huge for Roberts. 11th place overall, so she's looking to really put herself within striking distance of the top 5 heading into day number 2. And here comes Carrasquillo for her attempt.
For Rebecca Roberts to end that low in the deadlift was really surprising, because I've seen her pull heavy deadlifts, but that just shows you how tough that field is.
Right. Well, I think also that, you know, the bar is a little different. Maybe she didn't just have a good day with that bar.
Here goes Inez Carrasquillo, and you saw Erin Murray out there coaching her up because Carrasquillo's never done this before.
Wow.
And
come on.
Figured it out extremely quickly. This is going to be good enough for a second place so far if she can get to the top.
Oh.
It's got plenty of times, and now looks like she had a little bit of an impact there with her face on the frame.
No, she didn't. It doesn't look like she made the line.
She did not, but that is still the top distance that we have seen from any woman who has not finished. But she went into that thing pretty hard. But wow, what a start for Carrasquillo. And again, Erin Murray was out there at the beginning to coach her up on how to grip it, because Carrasquillo's never done this before.
No, she was here last year.
I was just told that she hadn't done it before. That's why Murray was there. But Carrasquillo had some
She took
coaching
up seriously fast there.
Very fast. I thought she was going to finish out.
I actually think she was ahead of herself a little bit.
Yep.
So it was a balance thing, not even a grip thing.
Right. But she got such a fast start.
Yep.
That's the other tricky thing about this thing, because when you start to tilt, like you said, it starts to turn your hands.
And then you're
and
in
then
a
if
position,
it rocks, and you're trying to hang on to almost 600 pounds doing this in your hands.
You get in a position, you kind of try to chase the weight. And if it gets too much a little bit ahead of you, you can fall.
And that's kind of what it looked like, because when she got up there, she fell forward.
How hard is it to slow down on something like this? I mean, you just if you slow down, then you might cause a little bit of a rock.
But I think too, when you're in this, like you're so focused on the end, like you're not thinking about slowing down. Like you're so like zeroed in on the finish line, and you don't see or hear anything.
And Carrasquillo wanted some advice on how to grip that so she could improve on what she did last year. Almost got to the top and probably would have made it had it not been for that impact.
The athlete is basically thinking of, I want to get to that finish line as fast as I can.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's a timed event if you finish it. So the better time you get, the faster you get, the better placing you get.
Right.
Hannah Linzay should be out next. She comes in 6th place overall. So still just 2 women have gotten to the top. Carrasquillo got really close. Rebecca Roberts has done it the fastest, 9.53 seconds for her. And then Angelica Jardine is the other woman at 27.42 seconds.
Hannah's really intense. I think this is the kind of event that she'll probably do.
I think that's a bit of an understatement.
Yeah. She'll probably do pretty well with this.
And Hannah has a very, very strong grip. That's definitely one of her strengths.
Yeah, she actually won the, she actually has the record on the Dinnie replica hold.
Right.
She got that last year at the Rogue Invitational. So, yes, she does have a great grip.
20 feet unofficially for Carrasquillo. These are all unofficial results right now. But what we do know officially is that Roberts and Jardine, the only 2 to finish inside the 30-second time cap. Hannah Linzay coming in 6th place overall with 7 points.
Now, on the deadlift, we talk a lot about, you don't want to pull too fast and all those other things. A little bit of fire on this event is good. I think, we talk about like not having the thing rock and all that kind of thing. You just, you've got to really push yourself.
The thing is, you gotta take control of the weight, not let the weight control you.
Correct.
Right. But a little bit of fire is good.
She's got a lot of fire.
Yeah, she's got a lot of fire. We'll see how this works.
She absolutely had. I got this athlete in Iceland, he was bleeding or something after he was trying an event, and was asked about it. He said, well, if you ain't bleeding, you're not trying.
Well, she's trying, that's for sure.
Here goes the Swamp Monster, Hannah Linzay.
Come on.
She's got a good
keep
balance on
moving.
it.
She's going to make it.
Keep moving. She's almost there.
Linzay looking solid, and Hannah Linzay has gotten to the top. We'll have to wait for her time to see how that compares to Rebecca Roberts. But Hannah Linzay getting this crowd fired up, courtesy of that effort.
Wow.
The human hype machine with another effort to remember here.
That's great.
Well, she had that under control. That was completely.
Yep. She had her rage inside to let it move.
And she just kept it steady and just moved on all the way
did.
up. Yeah.
Well, 9.53 is the top time for Rebecca Roberts, and we'll have to see how close that was.
I think it's got to be super close.
So now 3 women have finished, Linzay, Jardine, and Roberts. And she barely bobbled this thing. I mean, that was near perfect.
Perfect.
Pretty much.
Yes, nice. That was right on.
So that frame stayed level the whole time?
That's exactly like what Magnus said. You control the weight and I'll let the weight control you.
Yep. Such very, very impressive.
I think she's happy with that.
She's had a good first day.
She's
had a very good first day.
I was ready for that time, see what it was.
Know.
And do we have a time yet, official?
We do not have an official time. Unofficial is that a tie?
Looks like a tie.
9.53 for Linzay. So right now, unofficially, we have a tie.
That's pretty amazing.
You ever seen that before?
Never. I think talking about seeing just about every year that this has been done, I don't think I've ever seen so they're keeping hundreds, maybe tenths of seconds, yes, but not hundreds. How's that possible?
I've seen people hit same times. It's been unreal when it happens.
But down to hundreds, like I don't know.
No, I don't know.
Again, this is unofficial as Melissa Peacock, 4th place after the deadlift.
Oh, okay. Come on now. Come on, Mel. She had such a great deadlift. Oh, boy.
Well, now she's got that thing a little bit off track, but we'll just see how much she can gut that thing up the ramp.
That's her grip coming into play there.
Also, too, we don't talk about the width. Sometimes the shorter athletes, it's a little bit more of a width thing for them, and that'll pull the bar from your hands.
Right.
Well, Peacock is done. She will not make it to the top. Well, this is really opening up the door for Rebecca Roberts, who is tied with Hannah Linzay for the top time at 9.53 seconds, but Roberts came in 11th place overall.
That's good points for her.
Well, I guess the, sometimes the shorter athletes might have more of a challenge with this event as well.
Well, you're right, the width for sure.
And it just wants to pull out of your hands.
Yeah, because you can't get that deep set, get your hands around and tuck it under because your arms just don't have the length.
She's strong enough to lift it.
Right.
There's no doubt about that.
We know that. Yeah.
So Olga Liashchuk should be up next. Tied with Peacock for 4th place overall in the standings. They have reset the timber.
With a horseshoe on it.
And you can see the difference adding 80 pounds, like how much different this made. Because last year, these women flew up the ramp.
Right. I like it better this way. You want, 2, 3, 4 people finish.
I agree.
And,
last year, it was the first time for them, and it was slightly too light. I think we got the weight pretty much perfect right now.
Yeah, I agree. This is what you want. Some to finish, some to not. Middle of the road.
Exactly.
It's ideal. She has a redemption from last year coming.
Olga getting set, making her 6th appearance here at the Arnold Strongwoman Classic. 2-time champion in 2019 and 2020.
Yeah, like you said, she faltered a bit last year.
Yeah, she was in 1st place going into this last event last year.
Yeah, and slid back.
Trying to keep herself inside the top 5 in the overall standings.
But also, to be fair, Victoria roared back.
She did.
Olga is set.
Okay. Come on.
It's tilting too much forward.
Yeah. Wow.
Doesn't have the right grip on it, yeah.
Come on, a little bit forward.
Halfway through is Olga, now approaching the 22nd mark, just trying to get as much distance as she can out of that thing, and it looks like her grip is starting to go.
The energy to pick that thing after you drop it is amazing.
So Olga not able to make it to the top, but a woman who did is joining us now. That is Hannah Linzay, who is tied with Rebecca Roberts right now for the top time at 9.53 seconds. Hannah, where does this intensity come from that you have been showing all competition?
Pardon me, I'm a little bit hoarse from yelling, but honestly, it's always just been in me. I've played soccer since I was 7. I was a goalkeeper, and I controlled the box, I controlled the team, and I mean, it's just you got to yell, and it's just the adrenaline rush, and to have a crowd in front of you and yell at them, and they yell back and control that like adrenaline and take it in. There ain't nothing like it, you know.
Well, this crowd has been absolutely incredible. We've talked to a couple other athletes about it, but for you having been here last year and now seeing what is out here this year, what does it mean to you as a competitor to see just the growth in the sport in just 1 year?
It's unexplainable. This is like the stuff that you like hope and dream of. When I started the sport in 2017, it's just like I was like in parking lots and like, it's just like nothing. And then we just keep growing and we show the women we can do this. And if people give us a stage like Rogue and the Hennigers and the Arnold Classic and Schwarzenegger and all the people that make this whole thing happen, I mean, thank them. Like, they are the reason why we're here. They're just giving us a platform to express our strength and athleticism and show that we can do the cool things, and inspire all these young girls to pick up a barbell, It's just, to be strong, like, why would you want to be weak? And it's unexplainable. Like, I can't even explain what I'm dealing with, and, like, having them roar back, it's wild.
I mean, I think it also just speaks to, just women's sports in general, moving forward. I've got a picture at home of a lady trying to run the Boston Marathon. The organizers trying to pull her off the track.
Yeah.
It sounds insane.
Yeah.
Right?
That happened. Like, women, we're not allowed to do those things, and like, God forbid we did. And then now we're breaking down all these barriers, and like, people are like opening up their eyes, like, wow, women can be strong and be powerful and also be athletes and move impressive weight and really just, I mean, look at the crowd. Well, we filled them seats compared to last year. They had to add more seats.
Yeah, there's no difference in what's going on with the crowd noise between you and the men, no question.
Yeah, no, not at all. And like, that's the thing, they yell just as much for us as they do the guys.
Well, here goes Andrea Thompson, who's looking to be the next one to finish, and she is in and looks to be the new leader.
Good job, Andrea.
Wow.
That's awesome.
Wow. She was moving. Wow. Good for her.
And Hannah, I know these women are your competitors, but
Yeah.
we talk about the community aspect of that. Just for people who don't, you might be new to this, what is the community of strong women like when you get involved?
I mean, it's just like a big family, you know? Like, we all do this weird sport that we pick up these odd objects and move with them, and you kind of have to be a little bit, like, out there for it. Like, I know I have, like, this switch that I can only flip doing this stuff, but these people get it. Like, you know, I have some of my best friends, you know, Big Daddy Mel, that's my best girl, you know? And then, like, Leifa, my coach, she won the 2016 Arnold Pro, and, like, that's some of my best friends. And Donna, she's all the way in the UK, but, like, some of my best friends, they've been through with me, like, all sorts of stuff and all the preps, but I mean, it's a big family, you know?
Well, I think after watching you this weekend, I know you go by Swampy and Swampy Swamps. We're going to call you the Swamp Monster.
Yeah, let's go.
Congratulations, Hannah.
Oh, thank y'all for having me. I couldn't have asked for a better, like, place to be right now.
Thanks for keeping us entertained. Thanks for keeping the crowd fired up, and best of luck the rest of the way.
Oh, we got some more stuff coming tomorrow.
I cannot wait.
That's
Thank
right.
you.
Thank y'all for having me.
Thanks, Hannah.
Andrea Thompson is our new leader at 8.43 seconds.
Wow.
She was moving.
Blistering.
Well, she could be your overall leader going into day number 2, as Lucy Underdown is going to be the final woman to go. Again, Victoria Long suffered a hamstring injury in the deadlift. She's a 2-time defending champion, unfortunately had to withdraw. That leaves Lucy Underdown as the last woman to go here.
Yeah, that was a really fast time by Andrea.
Well, she's a great deadlifter, and she is taller, so I think she'll probably have a good, she has a good chance, with her grip and her back strength and her height. I think she'll do fairly well with this.
First appearance here at the Arnold Strongwoman Classic, and she's so far 1 for 1 and setting a record on the elephant bar with a lift of 666 pounds. And here she goes on that 590-pound, 268-kilo frame.
Keep moving your feet. Hang on to the bar. You got it.
Moving well.
You got it. Keep going.
Not going to win, but she is going to get to the top. As Lucy Underdown.
Wow.
What a debut for her here at the Arnold Strongwoman Classic.
Well, she told us she'd like to show everybody she belongs. She belongs.
She definitely belongs.
Wow.
Yeah, very impressive.
She's a force to be reckoned with.
Absolutely.
Yes, and she's so new to the sport.
New.
She's just coming in.
Yeah. I was expecting her to be able to move faster with it, but no, that's still a good position to be at.
No kidding.
Just one of 5 women to get to the top is Lucy Underdown, but Andrea Thompson is going to win this event, and as a result, unofficially looks to be your overall leader heading into the second and final day tomorrow. We'll take another look at Lucy's effort as the women are now done with the timber carry. Wow, what a debut.
She got a good
for
pick.
Lucy Underdown.
Yeah, she got a good pick, and she just kept moving. It could have been a little bit faster, as Magnus said, but she didn't stop, and she hung on to it. And I think that was a big product of her grip strength.
I think actually how it was tilting forward the whole way kind of slowed her down a little bit.
I was thinking the same thing.
And
yeah, she was fighting it, trying to keep it from tipping.
But her grip strength allowed her to kind of hang on to it. So yeah. Still a great effort. She finished.
We had four women finish.
5
women finish.
Wow.
Wow.
Well, that's a tough event.
So unofficial results are on the left side of your screen. Thompson at 8.43 seconds, and then Robertson and Linzay tie. Underdown's going to wind up with a 4th place finish. Jardine got to the top just inside that 30-second time cap. Carrasquillo looked like she would have gotten there, but then had that trip at the very end. But Andrea Thompson with a 1st and a 2nd in these first 2 events, once again looks to be the overall leader heading into day number 2. And here's a replay of her winning effort.
Super smooth, hanging on to it, controlled the tilt, drove right into it.
She was in control, full control the whole time.
A pro, no question. Awesome effort.
3-time podium finisher here at the Arnold Strongwoman Classic, but has never finished on top.
She looked very strong coming in. Her mind's right. Her training's been great. She was my pick to make the podium, but with Victoria out now,
absolutely,
never know what's
make
going
the
to happen.
podium. Well, looking ahead for the women for tomorrow, there's another carry event, kind of a wild card that, how do they carry those stones on the rings, the jack stones? And then you go into, a pressing event. I think Andrea's pretty good at that too. So she's setting herself up.
And we have a couple women that are in the middle of the road that are world record dumbbell pressers, and they're going to shake things up too, because they're going to be up there most likely at the top, and they're going to be moving some points around.
Well, I think this Magnus, the depth of this field for the men and the women. There's going to be points that's going to be kind of buffered in between different athletes. It's going to shape how people finish.
You can see that, even the last place in an event turns around in the next one. Everything is still wide open. The main thing here is just keep going. Don't make any mistakes, because it's only 5 events. A mistake can cost you dearly.
Yeah. And so far, Andrea Thompson has not made a mistake. A first and a second. Still waiting on the official results. You can always go to roguefitness.com to get those. But I don't want to take anything away from what Thompson has done. But so far, is Lucy Underdown the biggest surprise that you've seen here on day one from the women?
Well, we knew she'd have a great deadlift, but she just proved her place here by doing great with the frame carry. I mean, it's an event that she probably, would have done well in it anyway, because, her grip, her back strength, and she's taller. So I think that, these first two events put her in this position.
Yeah,
so,
I expected her to have a good first day. At both events, like you said, both being the deadlift and then the frame, which is another deadlift event, her grip. I just knew that day one for Lucy was going to be a great day.
Yeah, it was a fantastic day for her and a great day for Andrea Thompson. Again, you can find the official standings on roguefitness.com. Women are done. Men coming up next. Take a quick break. We'll be back with the final event for them here on day number 1 of the Arnold Strongman Classic. Opening day of competition at the Arnold Strongman Classic is coming to a close as we are ready for the second and final event of the day, the second of 5 events that these men will face here in Columbus, Ohio. It is the timber carry. Thanks for staying with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Dr. Bill Crawford and Jerry Pritchett. And there is the timber, the 881-pound, 400-kilo implement that these men will have 30 seconds to carry up that ramp. After one event, so far I think things more or less as expected as we head into event number 2, Dr. Bill.
Well, you heard Hafthor say absolutely he had the record in him, but he had a convincing 1,000-pound pull. Okay, time to move on. He got the event win, save his energy for the frame.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he didn't need it. You know, so there was no point in doing it. He did what he needed to do. He has the event win. He made a statement, pulling 1,000 pounds, you know, winning deadlift by over 40 pounds, and then now moving to the next event. Everything, you know, shook out pretty much kind of where we kind of thought, except for Martins.
Right. Overall standings coming into this event, courtesy of his event win, it is Hafthor Bjornsson who sits atop the overall leaderboard. Bobby Thompson took second place, and he only made one lift. Mitchell Hooper doing what he does, the defending champion, finishing in the top 3. And then Martins Licis has a hole to dig out of. He's down in 8th place after failing on his second attempt. Jerry, this is an event you were really good at. What are the keys to success here?
Well, obviously, after you watch the women, I mean, obvious, you can't drop. If you drop, it's so difficult to pick that weight. You know, 880 is heavy enough as it is, but not only is it going to be a lower pick, but then you're picking it on that slant, on that angle, which it really loads the posterior. It's almost impossible to pick. So you're lucky you get a couple more picks out of it. And it really is taxing on the body to do that.
Now they'll have 30 seconds to get to the top. Again, it weighs 881 pounds. That's 400 kilos, and they have to traverse 35 feet. And Mateusz Kieliszkowski has the record in this event at 7 seconds, but I know you were backstage talking to some guys, Jerry, and there are a few guys who think they can maybe take that down here.
Evan Singleton fully believes he's taking it down, says he's done it in training. So it's going to be our scene. He had a great deadlift. He's got himself in good position right now. So an event win will be huge for him going into tomorrow. You know, that could really change some of the things we've been talking about. You know, we weren't really talking about Evan, maybe. You know.
Yeah. Well, Mitchell Hooper told me yesterday the same thing. He says he's going to blister the record. I'm like, okay. Well, Mateusz might have something to say. It sounds like Evan does too.
Yeah.
Well, we will see what will happen here in just a second as the athletes will go in reverse order of the standings. So Mateusz has the disadvantage. He's going to be out earlier. So Mitch Hooper and Evan Singleton will get to see what that mark is in an attempt to beat that time. Again, Mateusz Kieliszkowski, the world record holder on this event, is Maxime Boudreault will be the first man out. Mateusz will be third after his fellow countryman Oskar Ziólkowski. And then Thor Björnsson will be the last man to go. So Maxime Boudreault, who did not record a successful lift in the deadlift, reached for his lat, did not withdraw. So that's good news for Maxime. He seems to be okay. We're not sure if he didn't withdraw now, as I'm being told. So we will wait and see if he takes the floor, but he is scheduled to go first.
He was back there warming up. You could tell it's bothering him. Mm-hmm. He was a little cautious, but he was getting some carries back there. Max is a tough athlete. I think he'll get through this. Hey, Andrea.
Hey.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
You kicked ass on that.
Yeah, that was pretty good. I was quite happy.
Yeah, good run.
Yeah.
2 good events for you.
Yeah, today was a day that I needed to gain some points. So a deadlift is a strong one. Frame's good. Tomorrow we'll be hit and miss.
Hey, great position going in tomorrow, though.
Yeah, so. Yeah, that's what I needed.
And you're pretty good with pressing, I guess.
Pressing,
too.
I haven't, touch wood, I haven't lost a pressing event so far. So fingers crossed I should have another good event tomorrow with that one.
So you're lined up.
Yes.
Well, Andrea, congratulations on a great day one for you. Thanks so much for joining us. We were just talking about keys to this. What are the keys to turning an event win like you just did?
Just focus. I know that this is one of these 2 events that we've just done are one of my strongest events. So just watching other people struggle, knowing where to put your hands and just not let go of that grit battle.
Yeah.
Because if you have a put down, that's almost impossible to get it back up.
It's just starting again. You know, the initial lift itself is already hard.
It's a lower pick.
Yeah.
You're on an angle. And it's heavy.
Yeah, so once you're coming off that flat bit, going up the slope is really tough.
So Maxime Boudreault is not going to go here. And that means that Oskar Ziólkowski will be the first man out.
Well, even though Mateusz is, he's the first one and kind of the record holder in this. I don't think it really matters because he's just going to blister up at any pace anyway.
It doesn't matter. Mateusz goes first out or last out. He's going to go the same pace. It doesn't matter.
First career appearance here at the Arnold Strongman Classic for Ziólkowski. He was the 2023 Arnold Open Amateur winner.
Let's see how he does with this one.
And so far, looking
Doing
good.
Pretty well. Oh.
And here's where it gets really difficult, having to pick on that incline, lower pick.
Oh.
Really loads the posterior here.
Would you change your grip on the handles if you got stuck? You probably don't even know that. I know you don't, right? So you never had to do it. So what do you think if you found yourself in that spot?
Not really, because it loads you so much doing that. You know, if you go forward, it really loads the front of the shoulders. If you go back, it can really open up your back. It's not that big. On flat ground, you can kind of cheat a frame pull like that.
Yeah.
But on an incline, it's really tough too.
Right.
Oskar is done, unable to get to the top, and now Mateusz Kieliszkowski, the world record holder, will be out next.
Andrea, did you train that on an incline at all?
No.
Just all flat ground?
Just all flat ground, yeah, and on terrible equipment as well. So I think I train hard on terrible equipment because I know that when I come to the Arnold, the equipment's really great.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So that's your secret.
Yeah, well, no, I've just told the whole world as well.
Getting the frame reset here for Mateusz. First, they got to get the official distance for Oskar.
Well, they got the kid in there working. That's good.
There you go.
I mean, these crews work so hard. I mean, it's amazing.
The hardest workers all weekend.
Absolutely.
And they still smile all weekend too.
Yes, they do.
I'm happy to do it.
So we're talking about the events, and you haven't lost a pressing event in a long time.
I've just jinxed myself now. I can feel
But
it.
the Jack Stone Carry. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I'm not a fan. It's been quite a difficult one for me to train. I'm not good with pain, and the handles are just terrible. I'm not looking forward to that one at all.
Well, going to bed at the end of day one after one day of competition is one thing, but going to bed as the overall leader is another. So mentally, how do you deal with that?
That is going to be beneficial for me. I can probably just relax tonight. I won't be quite so heightened, but yeah, it'll be mentally, it'll be better for me coming in tomorrow morning, just to know that I can see what I've got to do ahead of me.
Just give you that confidence going into day two.
Yeah.
Okay, here comes Mateusz.
World record holder here, and he needs a good result here if he wants to put himself in good position heading into the second and final day.
Yeah, he needs maximum points.
Yeah, expect so much from him. It's anything short of first place is kind of not what he wants.
9th place overall after the deadlift, where he pulled 856 pounds.
And it looks like he had really good training again with the frame, so we expect a good result. I mean, how fast can you go? 7 seconds? I mean, really?
Yeah, can he push it any faster than that?
7 seconds flat. That is the world record time for Mateusz.
He did that last year with the sciatica bothering him.
Right. All right, come on, Mateusz.
Let's see it. You need it.
This is tense.
Mateusz Kieliszkowski is ready. And he's off.
Here we go.
There he goes.
Not going to be a world record, but it will be the top mark we have seen early on here as Kieliszkowski once again gets to the top. And now both Evan Singleton and Mitch Hooper know what they're going to need to hit to win this event, along with Hafthor.
Yeah, and Martins.
And Martins as well. He's got to get to the top.
He's got to get to the top in a quick time. Yeah, he didn't quite have 9.4. Wow, he kind of almost a bobble at the beginning.
Yeah, it was a little slow coming off. Coming out of deadlift changes things.
Yeah.
This is basically another deadlift.
Well,
yeah. So it changes things a little bit. So definitely not his best carry. So that that's beatable, depending on how these guys feel.
That's true.
8.4 seconds unofficially for Mateusz Kieliszkowski, and Martins Licis will be the next man up. And as we just mentioned, this is huge for Martins. If he wants any chance tomorrow of putting himself back on top of the podium, he's got to get to the top of that ramp and do it very quickly.
Yeah, he needs to beat this. He needs to beat Mateusz's time, really.
Well, I think the anticipation for Mateusz on this, we're like bulldogs waiting for the pork chop.
Yeah.
Like, oh, here it comes. So anything short of like some amazing record, we just
it's still a great carry. As a sub 10 second carry, that's
absolutely
a great carry.
I mean, he was smooth and he can't be
a little
terribly
off balance.
disappointed. Yeah.
When it tips forward like that, it tends to open your back up. That kind of slows you down a little bit. But still a great carry.
I mean, I can't imagine that, pulling a bit more in the deadlift did that much on this to change his result, really, I
mean, it can. It just depends how deadlifts went for him, how they felt,
Yeah, that's true. It's just so fickle. Like, why last year was better and this year it looks the same, and,
Yeah, I mean, he pushed, higher on the deadlift today than he did last year. And then, that was, Bobby's strategy going into this was just to pull that one deadlift because he knew this isn't his best event. So he needed to save energy for this event.
Right.
Because he potentially might need to pick it a few times to finish it.
Yep. Yes.
Andrea, what do you do tonight to make sure that you're good to go for tomorrow?
I will shower, eat, and just chill. I won't socialise tonight. Have my partner with me, but yeah, it'll just be us. I won't speak to anyone because everyone just wants to talk about stuff, and no.
What's your meal tonight?
I fancy steak tonight, actually.
Steak,
yeah, I had a giant pizza last night, so I fancy something a little less fatty tonight.
You deserve it.
We'll let you get to the recovery. Won't make you talk about anything more now as we watch Martins Licis. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
There you go, Martins. Get there.
Well, Martins is making good progress here.
Move your feet.
There.
Keep going.
Heel toe,
Almost there.
Oh my
Still
has a really good shot at getting to the top. Does the Dragon. Not going to beat Mateusz, but is going to get himself to the top of the ramp.
Very nice.
It's been a long time since we've seen that man in competition. Last big show was the 2022 Rogue Invitational. So good to see Martins back here in front of the crowd in Columbus.
Good luck.
We will see what his official time is, but Mateusz is still going to be our leader at 8.4 seconds. 14.61 unofficially for Licis. Probably 8.1, 14.81 for Licis.
So with Maxime not doing the event, he's traditionally been pretty good at it.
Yeah, he's moved really well with this before. I think after a few warm-ups, he must have just felt that maybe he was going to make the lat worse, so he decided, just to call it in this event and maybe call the whole thing just to be smart. And, they've got UK Arnold coming up. They got World's Strongest Man. So sometimes you got to know when to call it and focus it on the next one.
I mean, the reason why, they do this on a ramp because, and it's so heavy because the limited space that the Arnold Strongman used to work off of, which was just that, that small platform, like a 30 by 30 space. So they had to really be, economical in how they design these events.
It just makes it so much more difficult going up that ramp.
But it's held water for 20 years.
Yeah.
You were so good at this. How did you train for this?
I trained it on a ramp, a load dog ramp. I got lucky for several years there where my gym was at the time. We had a load dock in the parking lot. But even like the last year in 20, Bubba helped me. We loaded up all the frame and the weights, and we went to a grocery store that was closed and used the load dock ramp in the back.
Tom Evans is going to be the next man out. We've had 3 men go, and 2 of them have gotten to the top.
Is it time to bring up the weight of the frame? As a thought.
I mean, you would think 881 pounds, 400 kilos, would do the trick, but
I just threw that out there. We're not even halfway through the competition. I'm just saying though, last year that seemed that a lot of the women had finished, so they bumped up the weight. But
I think probably leave it the same with Smart for the men because not many finished it last year.
Correct.
So I think it was smart just leave it to.
Evans immediately grabbing for the right arm. We'll see if he goes again. He's got that thing heavily wrapped already.
We don't like the bent arms he had on that.
Yeah.
See how he's kind of tense and pulling forward? You're really loading the bicep. One of my trainer partners lost a bicep on frame years ago doing that.
Because it's not straight down like a farmer's walk.
It's got to be. It's got to be straight down,
out.
like a farmer's deadlift. They're just ropes hanging on. You can't be tense like that. That little tendon won't take it.
I'm just saying the farmer's walk is more straight up and down, and the frame is out a little bit.
Yeah. I lost my left bicep in South Africa in 17 because of a poorly built frame. They basically took two farmer's handles and bolted them together with quarter-inch flat bar, and the handles would bend in as you went. So we're running with 820, and then bang.
So they actually rotated.
Well, they pulled in like this, so I'm running. It's just sitting there just tugging on your arm.
Yeah, I don't. I've carried with those, and they're not fun.
Tom Evans unable to get to the top. They're measuring the distance on his carry.
Well,
four men.
Mateusz, Martins, they need these guys to not finish, really, because they need the points.
Oleksii Novikov looks to be the next man out. He's coming in 6th place overall as Novikov. Had a lift of 901 pounds in the Elephant Bar Deadlift.
I think Oleksii will do well at this. I talked to him backstage. His confidence wasn't too sure where he was going to be at, because it's how your grip feels. If your grip doesn't feel great today, then that's your weak link.
Yeah.
But if his grip feels good, I think he's a good deadlifter. He should be good at this. He's good at moving with weight.
Again, Maxime Boudreault did not come out to make his attempt, so it looks like he is withdrawn. If you were with us earlier, Maxime was the first man out on the deadlift as well, and immediately grabbed for, I believe it was his left lat.
It was left lat
after that pull. And here comes Novikov.
If you ever strain or tore a lat, everything you do bothers it.
Right.
There's no going around it. Some things you can kind of wrap and get through. Even a hamstring, there's nothing to do for a lat. No. It's exposed all the time. And
immense pressure.
And then something like this that's
400 kilos.
So much back.
Yeah.
It's really hard.
Just all that immense pressure. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
This is Novikov's 4th appearance here at the Arnold Strongman Classic. He was on the podium in 2022. His best finish when he took 2nd.
In an epic comeback.
Yeah.
Here goes Novikov.
Come on, Oleksii. Keep moving it.
Moving
it. Oh.
Novikov, just like Evans, grabbing for the right arm.
Yeah.
Huh.
He still has 15 seconds left.
It's a big strain. If you got any kind of pull on that upper forearm bicep, that's
Novikov's going to call it.
Smart move.
Hopefully he's going to be okay. He does have a whole night to rest. He'll head backstage.
You really want to, grab that, as you grab those handles, kind of rotate your elbow out, kind of twist it out, because it'll only eliminate, won't let you flex that bicep then. You try to twist that elbow, and because any kind of tension on it with that kind of weight, that's a big weak link that's going to go.
Tom Stoltman will be up next. He was 5th place overall after a 916-pound deadlift earlier today. As we have just 5 men remaining.
He's a taller competitor. Strong deadlift, I think.
Tom should be good. He's good grip. I mean, Tom should be good at this. I don't remember exactly where he placed on his last year, but.
And he's good on his feet, too.
He's usually
I mean,
well with
watching him
moving
move,
weight.
wow.
He moves well with the yoke.
Yeah.
Farmers. And
he's great on his feet.
I said, you know, the ramp does mess you up if you're not used to it, you know. Just such a difference of climbing with weight versus just moving on flat ground with weight.
I think it's very different, actually.
It is very different,
yeah.
very different.
So Stoltman last year did not get to the top.
That's a lot of tilt.
And he's looking good
well.
here.
Hang on to it. Oh. Come on, Tom.
Yeah, it's too much tilt forward. Opens up your back. And went from one extreme to the other. Come on, Tom.
He was right around 18 feet last year.
He's not, Magnus is shaking his head.
Yeah, any kind of slide, the judges are going to call.
Tom Stoltman not able to get to the top. Might be better than what he did last year, 35 feet to the top, and last year was right around 18. Looking to improve on that result. And now we're going to get into our top 4 men.
It is amazing how this event has just been such a juggernaut event year after year.
Yeah.
All these years later. It's incredible. He got a really great start. I thought he had good hands on it. His feet were moving well. He's a tall guy. A little surprised that that happened. It started tilting a little bit more, and that's what happened.
Yeah, that's when tilts like that opens up your back. It loads your grip different. Your grip's not loaded evenly. It's 880 pounds.
Had that forward tilt there, but corrected really nicely.
He did, and then he got another tilt, and that was it.
Yeah, I think that's what finally pulled it out of his hand, is when it swayed again. So when it sways here.
Then you have to ask yourself, is that just his grip going?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
26 feet 8 inches unofficially for Tom Stoltman is Evan Singleton.
All right.
Who said he was coming after the record. 4th place overall is
He's very confident.
Singleton.
So he did it in training. Now are we going to see the slap again?
You almost could see his coach's hand come through his chest.
He was over here during the break with some fans, and I think a fan asked him to slap him in the back, and I think he did it. Because there was a commotion, and I heard something that sounded like a slap, and Singleton was laughing at somebody. So I think
the guy hit the floor.
I think he was still upright. Like, I didn't see the medical staff, but I think Singleton may have given him a good shot to remember.
I thought I saw a vertebrae fly against the wall.
He's back with a chiropractor now.
Enjoy your souvenir and your physical therapy.
There we go.
Here goes Evan Singleton, the T-Rex.
Oh, far forward.
Come on.
Way too far forward.
Readjusting now with Singleton.
Come on, hang on. Go.
Well, Singleton now just going to try to get to the top. 14.81 is the next best time. That is passed. So Singleton, if he can get to the top here.
Wow. Those repicks, they just really just tax you.
3rd place. 5 seconds to go for the T-Rex. It's not going to be able to get there. So this is good news for both Mateusz Kieliszkowski and Martins Licis, the only 2 men.
That's great. It's looking like good points for them right now.
That is good points for them.
Leaves Mitchell Hooper, Bobby Thompson, and Hafthor Bjornsson, the 3 men left.
And Bobby's traditionally not his best event. That's why he was, being smart on the deadlift and not using too much energy.
Now, Mitchell Hooper last year did get to the top with a time of 14.61 seconds. So if he does that, if he duplicates that effort, he'll just edge out Martins Licis for 2nd place with 2 men to go. But Singleton did making a good way up that 35-foot ramp.
I was surprised by that first drop, actually.
Well, as you see, wait, it shot up the nose of it shot off the ground. You got to pick that thing where it's balanced. You can't have that tilted either way. It's got to come up nice and flat.
So maybe just been a little more patient, I guess, right?
Yeah.
29 feet 2 inches for Evan Singleton right now in 3rd place. Behind Licis and Kieliszkowski is Mitchell Hooper will be the next man out.
And just like we talked about, Mitchell said he's been training well and he thinks he'll have a really fast time.
The defending champion and did that last year again without winning a single event.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. So, a finish probably puts him in the first 2, for now. And that'd be a big result for the end of the day.
Just under 15 seconds last year to get to the top. Third place overall coming in. 951-pound deadlift earlier today. Now he's getting set to take on that 400-kilo, 881-pound timber.
Come on, Mitchell.
Here goes Mitch.
Keep going.
There goes.
And Mitch Hooper
time going.
is to the top, and that is going to be close.
That's great.
That is going to be really close.
Yeah.
Looking at the clock.
Wow.
And the upper left-hand part of the screen, which is unofficial, he may have done it.
I think he did.
Waiting on the official time for Mitch Hooper. But it was right around 7 seconds. Trying to hear what the floor announcers are saying, but I don't think we've had an official time announced yet. 6.91 seconds unofficial. If that stands, that is a new record.
New record. Wow. Okay, so 2 guys have told us they were going to break the record.
Well, one did it.
And one guy did it.
Yep.
By 9 100ths, again, unofficial.
Yeah.
But more importantly for Hooper, could be his first career win here.
But he's certainly in first place.
With 2 men to go. Bobby Thompson and Hafthor Bjornsson, the next 2 men up.
So they're saying 7-1-0 on the... We'll
So
see.
Hooper now, they've adjusted that score. So again, we're going to wait for the official one, but either way, it was extremely close.
It was, impressive carry.
And puts him in first place in the event.
Yeah.
Clearly.
And going to make Hafthor really work.
Yeah.
If he wants to beat him on this.
Wow. 7.1 seconds is now the official time for Mitchell Hooper. So that is official, and he misses the record by 1/10 of a second. But still the best score we have seen so far, edging out Mateusz by more than a second.
The magic carpet ride. He's still on it.
Bobby Thompson will be the next man out. And Thompson last year did not get to the top. He was right around 13 feet.
This was a tough event for Bobby. But he was trying to be smart in deadlift, save himself for this, and hopefully it paid off for him.
Hopefully so. I mean, there's been a lot of drops, so all that little bit of distance in between is good. Just all points.
He doesn't even have to finish this thing. If he just gets a little further to the top than most of these other guys, it's still good points for him.
Second place finish in the deadlift. Kind of in mid upper pack in this event. Yeah.
Yeah, if he could,
it's just keeping in touch with the leaders.
Yeah, if he could potentially get 4th or 5th in this,
that would be
points.
really big.
Yeah.
Well, Thompson has been on the podium here in his last 2 appearances, 3rd in both 2022 and 2023. And here he goes on the timber.
Come on, Bobby. Well, that's an awkward pick.
That's a tough pick from that.
That's real tough.
Right.
Magnus is telling him to get it off the floor.
Yeah, Magnus isn't going to like that
No,
backhand drag.
Magnus
It's not
is
doing him any
standing.
good, shaking his head.
Yep, he's standing on the
So
spot.
you're wasting your time. There he goes. He got it up there. But he'll probably get docked for those couple slides.
Yeah, I think he's going to stand right there. Magnus is, you know, for all his greatness as a strongman, he's really one of the best referees and officials in strongman.
Yeah.
You know, he's super fair, and he's no one knows the events, I'd say possibly in the world, better than Magnus. You'd have to find, you know, who else knows more about all this than he does. And he is fair.
Yeah.
So 13 feet 2 inches is what we're being told for Bobby Thompson's distance. Now the only thing that stands between Mitch Hooper and his first career event win here at the Arnold Classic is Hafthor Bjornsson.
Yep.
Is a mountain.
It's the mountain. 195 kilos.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's so that's what Mitchell's got, a 195 kilo problem.
And here comes Hafthor Bjornsson.
Well, obviously with his, you know, with his deadlift and the shape that he's in with his strength, you know, if he can make his grip work for him.
He had a 3-year run here. They're just absolutely dominant. Won this competition 2018, 2019, and 2020.
Yes.
And he now has 13 career event wins in 46 events in which he's competed.
And this event alone, he's seen multiple times here over the years, you know.
Yes. Come on now.
7.1 seconds. That's the time to beat.
Come on, Hafthor.
There we go. Let's see it.
The mountain is off.
Hang on to it. Keep moving.
Keep moving. Keep moving.
Do not drop it. You finish. You finish.
And Hafthor is there.
Nice.
I'm not sure he's going to get it inside of Mitch Hooper's time.
Still solid
but
carry.
Hey, there you go.
If that's going to be better than 8.4 seconds, which is what Mateusz's time was,
yes,
Hafthor Bjornsson looks to have the overall lead going into day number 2.
Wow. That's actually a really good result for him.
That was great. That was
That's
good carry
great
for him.
He's got to be super happy about that.
But what a return for Hafthor Bjornsson.
It's like he never left.
Yep.
It's like he just went away and got a little rest.
Well, we were talking earlier, you know, with his training, everything's coming along. He still feels he's the best. You know,
said
and
he's
and
hungry.
he's showing it so far.
He got his hunger back.
Hafthor Bjornsson, it's going to be close as far as his official time, but still had that forward lean.
So close.
But was able to manage it.
He's not even breathing. He's just holding his breath. This is going to be fast. I'm making this thing happen.
It's such a short carry. You just hold your breath.
Yeah,
and
hold
go.
your breath. Just make it happen.
Breathe when it's over.
Well, Mitch Hooper's going to pick up his first career event win.
Wow, look at that.
Hafthor Bjornsson's going to take second with a time of 8.40 seconds. Kieliszkowski, boy, he needed that. He takes third, and Martins Licis a top 5 performance as well at 14.81 seconds. So Licis and Kieliszkowski getting the help and the performance that they needed here as they head into day number 2.
Well, they made up some points, you know, with Bobby going second in that event, and now, you know, 9th place here. So they made up some events. You know, we knew we were going to see a big mix-up here, and we're seeing it here. So Martins would have liked better than that, but that still puts him in pretty good position going in tomorrow because he's got great events tomorrow.
Third and a first for Hooper, a first and a second for Hafthor with 3 events remaining. So day 1 is done. Let's take a look at what we have on tap for day number 2 here as we close out the Arnold Strongman and Strongwoman Classics. The Rogue Iron game will be on air at 11:30. We'll get you set for that day of competition, and then the Jack Stone Carry and the Dinnie Stone Carry will kick us off, and then we have the Stone Medley to close things out. Joining us now, the man who just picked up his first career event win here at the Arnold Strongman Classic, Mitch Hooper. Kind of called your shot on that one. What gave you the confidence to say that, I'm going to go out there and get really close to setting a world record?
I just remembered that's my first event win here.
Yeah.
You just brought light to that. Look, for me, if my hands don't open, I think I'm the fastest strongman in the world. And so that felt really good. I've been training my grip really hard. I tore my groin about 5 weeks ago, so I focused on the things that I could get really good at. This is one of them, and tomorrow should be a better day than today.
What's it like having both Hafthor and Martins back in this field? It's always a talented field. You had one last year, but this one, it seems like that's been turned up a notch. What does that do to the way that you're approaching this?
Yeah, look, it really doesn't do anything, but you pay dearly if you mess something up. And so we've seen guys fumble in certain events, and, me and Thor, consistency is going to win out. That's supposed to be a bad event for Thor, and apparently not anymore. So it's great to see him back in full form. I think it only does good things for the sport, for everyone to be here and participating and in top form. So it's a privilege to be amongst those guys. And, I was smiling before my last deadlift because you don't really know when it's going to be your last time out, if you're going to get hurt. Or having these people cheer for us and being a part of the stack lineup and being one of the reasons that it's a stacked lineup is just a privilege. I'm lucky to be a part of it.
Well, speaking of that, what is the atmosphere like here, as a competitor, not only here at this main stage, but as you walk around this entire festival?
Yeah, I've said it before. If you want to be a celebrity in strongman, you come to the Arnold. You walk out into the expo, and I'm lucky and unlucky that I can't even walk the expo anymore, so I spend some time at my booth, and that's about it. It's quite a novel concept because 12 months ago I hadn't really won anything, and then I had a great year last year, of course. So it went from being able to make my way through the Arnold last year and check things out to sort of hood up and just run to where I have to go now. So it's a blessing to be benefiting off the back of guys like Jerry who did the hard yards before, and now we could have big careers out of this.
Well, we call this I've been calling this the magic carpet ride. You're just like unbelievable. You're just going and going, and it keeps going for you.
Yeah, and look, a large part of that comes down to luck. And people don't like when I say that so much, but there's certain body proportions where if you have small hands, you're going to have a really hard time on the frame. I'm really lucky that I move quickly, and other guys work as hard as me. I think I execute really well, but in the end, I thrive in competition. That's what I love to do, and when the stakes are high is usually when I perform my best.
3 events tomorrow. What are you looking forward to the most, if anything, of what you're going to face here at the Arnold Strongman Classic?
Well, definitely not the Dinnie Stones. You just got to get through those and accept the pain. But I've been working really hard on my axle clean and press. That should be my best event this weekend. I'm going to debut my attempt at split jerking. So
all right, okay.
We'll see how that goes, but it's been going phenomenal in training, and Apollon's Wheel, another iconic event that's been around a long time. So to execute well, maybe not to a Mark Henry level, and I'm not going to double overhand it to my shoulder, but hopefully we can do something impressive there.
All right, well, Mitch, congratulations on a great day one. Rest up, and looking forward to seeing you, here tomorrow. Congratulations, man. Yeah. Mitch Hooper, it's going to be a lot of fun on day number 2 as we have the Moose and the Mountain battling it out for the top spot with plenty of men who can factor in as well. I want to thank you guys for watching. Thank all of our guests here. We're going to have a fun day tomorrow, 11:30 a.m. local time, Rogue Iron game to get things kicked off. For Dr. Bill and Jerry Pritchett and Kristen Rhodes and our entire crew here in Columbus, I'm Sean Woodland. We'll see you back here tomorrow for day number 2.